Their phones, they have different levels of phones that you actually purchase the phones. Their plans are cheaper than anyone else's plans. They don't use 5G. They're going to be one of the first for vertical communications. So I'm going to teach you what. Thank you. I'm going to teach you what vertical communications is and what it's going to. So right now, our Earth is, of course, hilly, right? You got a 5G tower over here with a bunch of crap on it, and a person over here a half a mile away. And all of our communications since we first developed radio waves is horizontal. They go like this, right? Down into the valley, and they get the person that's down here. And these radio waves are pretty much horizontal. They can direct them, but they're still horizontal. So it's like aiming a gun, right? If I aim a gun at a crowd of people, it's really easy to hit them all. It's just easy. Boom, 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 boom. Hit them all because you got a big broadside, right? Our new communication system that's going up is satellites. And the 6G communications will come down vertically. So if I put them up here, they come down vertically. So you're holding your cell phone in your hand. It's hitting the cell phone more than it's hitting you. It's hard to hit something straight down. It's a small area, right? Not only that, it's farther away. So where this would be like a half a mile from you, this is a long ways up there. Right. It's eventually going to be 6G. 5G is going away. All this horizontal radio waves and broadcasting and microwave crap, that's all going away. It's going to improve humans' health dramatically. Okay. So we're going to go to a vertical communication system. Clear phones are already designed to work with the new system when it comes out. Okay. Now, if you're interested, and I recommend taking down this anyway, you want to call Maddie, M-A-D-D-Y, V-I-E-R-A. Her phone number is 310-729-8877. Am I going too fast? Okay. What do you need? V-I-E-R-A. Yep. 310-729-8877. And you can go to her website, which is Love of Liberty. Oh, no, I'm sorry, that's her email. Love of Liberty at protonmail.com if you want to contact her. They have a website, Love of Liberty too. But anyway, and if you go to the website clearunited.com /R/Love of Liberty and sign up, that helps one of the best patriotic groups in America. So Clear works with them to help patriots. I will. clearunited.com /R, just an R, /Love of Liberty. So that's where you would go to sign up. I call Maddie for any questions, but you can go to that website and look at their phones. They have 3 levels of phones, and they're pretty high tech. And you can do anything on them you can do on any other phone, you know. Well, do you want an iPhone 7 or an iPhone 11 or an iPhone 12s? See, just kind of like that. And one of them's a pretty darn big phone. This big, yeah. Huh? I hope not. No one should use a flip phone. People think they're safer with flip phones. You are not. No, you think it's security, and it's not. What's the reason? See, this is where in the intelligence world we learn something. When you have a smartphone, all the intelligence agents couldn't wait for the iPhone 11s to come out. Why? It's got 2 SIM cards. I can have 2 different numbers on the same phone. But you're better protected from surveillance if you've got a high quality smartphone than you are with a flip phone. Any cop can listen to every conversation you have with that. I mean, you can pick it up with scanners, you can pick it up with anything. Anybody with a Stingray van, and all police departments have one, they can listen to every word you're saying on a flip phone. On a smartphone, you can use specific software like Signal, WhatsApp that encrypt everything end to end. You can use Proton Mail, which encrypts all your email end to end. You can use Mega and transfer large data files encrypted end to end. You can use VPNs and bounce your signal all over the world. I was looking at my phone today. I'm sitting in the hotel room just down the street, and anybody that pulls up my number thinks I'm in Seattle this morning. Okay, tonight it'll probably say I'm in Georgia or Canada. It's bouncing the signal everywhere but where I'm at. So it's funny when you get pop-up ads and it goes, oh, restaurants near you, Seattle, Washington, and you're in Florida, right? It's really fun because they can't track you, they can't trace you. Yeah, sure. Well, I like Proton VPN. It's really a good one. Proton works really hard at keeping your stuff secret, keeping you protected. And the other thing is with my phone, I have carriers that literally download software at their end, at the carrier end, to protect me, so they can't find me. My biggest risk in doing what I do is I got a price in my head all the time. So I can't put on like social media where I'm going to be in advance. So I let the groups that I'm coming to speak at advertise themselves within their area, and that helps protect me a little bit, but I'm always running a risk. I mean, one of the guys that's probably trying to kill me the most doesn't live far from here. He's here in Arizona. So that's just, he's an Illuminati protectorate. That's what he does. So, in fact, he used to guard Hillary Clinton. So anyway, Clearphone, good alternative. Their plans start at like $30 a month, $40 a month, $50 a month. They got different plans. How much yours? $40 a month plan. So it's hard to beat. Can't get that with Verizon or AT&T usually. So. Okay. Where are you going? Oh, old eyes. I will actually talk about it here in a minute. It threw me completely off. Oh, hell. Okay. The thumb drives are $80. The nice thing about the thumb drives is you can take them home, you can use them to help you teach others. Okay. I know guys using these thumb drives and they have friends over and they sit there and do a David Straight seminar to their friends. And a lot of people are teaching their kids with it. And that's what's nice. That's who we need to teach. We need the young people, right? And last weekend we had what, 3 youths in the group? They're my favorite students. And they asked good questions too, didn't they? I love having under 18-year-olds, you know. Okay, in Oregon, we have a Nazi German for a governor. Okay, she's the first openly gay lesbian governor that's married to a man. She's married, but she's dates women, and she's open about it. I don't know how that works for the man, but I'm not going to ask her husband either. So anyway, she's been brutal on this whole mask mandate shit. Where does the word mandate come from? What's that? That's right, the Masons. It's right out of the Masons encyclopedias where the word mandate comes from. And it's in the Masons Manual for Administrative Procedure. So, what's that? Oh, okay, that ain't gonna work. Okay. So in Oregon, we do a lot of things to help businesses stay open, to help businesses not require masks, to help educate the public why they shouldn't be wearing masks. I mean, we do a ton in Oregon. We sue them for liabilities and violations. So this is an entire lawsuit right here. We make money. Got a group in Southern Oregon that is making $10,000 to $75,000 at a time from businesses. They walk in a business, and if they get hassled, they go out to their car. There's a notice that they give. They come back 3 days later. They follow up with another notice if they get hassled. If the business hasn't changed their policy, they come back with a third one. And when they come back with the third one, there's an invoice attached. After 30 days, they invoice them again. After 15 days, they invoice them again. After 10 days, they give them their final notice. Then they do a one-page affidavit of their banking process. Has nothing to do with the company, the invoice, nothing. Your affidavit is your process, showing that you followed the 72, 30, 15, 10 judgment day. You walk into a county court clerk and you ask for summary judgment on your affidavit of process. And now you can put a lien upon the business. You can put it on their Dun and Bradstreet credit report, and they'll write you a check because they don't want their suppliers knowing that they're not paying their bills. So in the United States Code, usually a violation of rights is $10,000. This is banking law. All courts are banks. Everything's banking. Everything's admiralty. Everything's commerce. So we follow banking law. The reason I've left this up here the whole time is so that it's going to stick in your brain for the rest of your life, because this is how you're going to operate from now on. Where's my chair? Oh. I'll tell you. See, the king is busy. He sits upon his throne and he runs a kingdom. He gets a person coming in with a presentment, could be a mailman, gives him a letter. It's a presentment, could be an invoice, could be a utility bill, it could be a lawsuit, it could be a summons, it could be anything, right? It's got his all caps name on it. He looks at that and he stamps it received, date and time, signs his name, puts his king's seal on it. It's very important to do that because it goes by when the king receives it. King could have been in Hawaii on vacation and it got stuck in the mailbox a week ago. It isn't when it got stuck in the mailbox. It's when the king stamped it received. Okay? Now, he has two options. He can accept it, do an acceptance. You want to use that word, acceptance. And we have stamps where we can stamp it, acceptance. He can stamp it acceptance, so it's billed to the trust. So you can see, here's some of my stamps: received, rescission, acceptance, apostille. Oops. Acceptance for trust authorized payment. That's what mine says. Date and time, that's in red. Then it says David Lester Strait hyphen Vessel. That's what my trust name is on my birth certificate. Then it says by colon align hyphen executor. And then on that line, I sign with a purple pen, legibly my full name. Okay, here's a problem. I get people in court situations who have signed something and they didn't want to sign it because they knew they shouldn't have. So they sign it something like all rights reserved, or UCC 1-308, or anything. I don't care if they would have put an X. I don't care if they just put a doctor's signature, one you can't read, a line. It's a mark. The minute they put a mark of any kind, it's no different than their signature. So you're better off signing your name in full, legibly, so that they can read it, and there's no way to say it was not you, and do it as an executor. Now you're the fiduciary. When you're the fiduciary of your trust, that's the highest form of law you can get. The air is above the land, which is above the water. They're almost always dealing in the water. Sometimes they're dealing in the land. They're seldom dealing in the air. But to be a fiduciary, when I have a federal court case going, like I told you the first day, and I called in there and the judge got all snappy with me saying, I thought we had all the parties of the case here. I mean, he was an ass, really. I don't treat him that way, but I let him be an ass if they want to be. And he was all snappy with me. Who is this? You know? And I said, well, Your Honor. You could hear me smiling through the Zoom phone call, right? Well, Your Honor, this is David Strait. I'm the fiduciary. And the whole courtroom got silent. And then it's like the judge goes, oh, okay. What could he say? He can't kick me out. He can't do anything because I'm the fiduciary for the people involved in the case, for their company. In fact, I had to make me the CFO, the chief financial officer of their corporation, just so I could be the fiduciary of the corporation too. Then I gave him a few bucks. And I said, I told the judge I got a financial interest in the well-being of this company. Now I'm a shareholder as a fiduciary. Now I can stand and argue anything I want to stand and argue. And I can out-argue that judge, I can guarantee it. See? When you have that kind of power, you can accomplish stuff and get stuff done. You got to learn to be the king before you're the king. Don't claim to be until you are. Okay? I want to keep you out of jail. I mean that. Don't claim to be the king until you're the king. Once you're the king, you're going to know it. Your whole spirit's going to change inside. Remember Ananda, the last class? She got up, I had her come forward, grab the microphone, tell what she had just did and how she felt inside. Freaking yeah. She was a state national that first day. She had been working on it for about a month. And by the time we got to that last meeting in Yuba City, she had got all of her paperwork done, and she got everything recorded and done, and she's a state national, and her whole demeanor and her attitude, you could see that she was the queen, couldn't you? It's an amazing feeling. It just does that to you. You actually start to have hope, right? So the other option is to rescission. Now, my particular stamp, I'm going to call them out. So it says rescission for a cause of fraud and swindle, for acting in dishonor, for practicing and pretending under the color of law. That's all they're doing, practicing and pretending. That's why they call it a doctor's practice, lawyer's practice. I'm practicing law. I had a lawyer. I said, hey, how long have you been a lawyer? He says, about 20 years. I said, and you're still practicing? When are you going to get it right? I perfect law. You practice law. Big difference. I'm a law sayer, and you're just a lawyer, an attorney. When you feel that way, and you take that command, you get shit done. See, it's an attitude change. And you have to have that feeling inside. You've got to have that spirit. Because if you act like prey, the predators will come. Okay? Yeah. You act like a sheepdog, protecting the flock, your family, and the wolves won't come near. Okay? And then, of course, it has date and time, David Lester Straight Vessel, by a line dash executor, and I just sign it with a purple pen, and I stamp my gold king seal on it, and I send it back. You either rescission or accept things. Now, if you have documents that need apostille because you're using them with the foreign government of the state of Arizona, or the foreign government of the United States Corporation, or some other foreign government, or maybe another state of, then you apostille your documents. Okay. If you have a document from an official agency, it's already a certified document from that agency. If you take it to the Secretary of State, you're getting it certified. It's already a certified document. Now you're getting it recertified so that it's two agencies cooperating with themselves. When you get something apostilled with the Secretary of State, then they check every little thing to make sure it's right. The spelling, who the notary was, make sure the notary was licensed. They do everything because it has to be used for a foreign government. And you have a choice of a Hague country or non-Hague country or another state. And you have that choice. When you're the king, you're running your own country, your own kingdom. So you apostille your documents for use with another nation. Who has any higher power than what God gave me? No one. He gave me man dominion over the land, the air, and the water, and everything therein. No one has higher power than that. We, the people, have the power. And it says it in every constitution, in every state constitution. We can alter or abolish government as we see fit. When the people gather up and they stand together, there is so much power, it's not even funny. This is why President Trump said, this right here is one of the most important things we can do. One of the most important things that you can do. He did it in 2008. He became a state national. He took back his birthright. See, I was a state national the day I was born. And I was a state national between April 20th, the day I was born, and May the 3rd when I was registered. But during that period of time, that's what I was. I was a Californian. 3 days, they did yours quit. Yeah. Okay. So that is very, very important. These business things, they're awesome. We're here to hold our public servants accountable, right? So if we're here to hold our public servants accountable, I want you to take a look at this document. It's a 2-page document. I've had guys get pulled over in their car, which we're going to talk about in just a minute, roll their window down 2 inches and hand this to the police officer and say, I'll talk to you as soon as you fill this out. In order for him to fill this out, he has to call in a supervisor and get his ass out there too. Okay. Usually they won't go through that hassle. They'll take us back to their car. They'll read it. They'll get on the radio. They'll call in. They'll talk to the supervisor, and the supervisor will say, go give it back to them and let it go. And they'll go give it back to you, and you're on your way.
Do you have to have all your paperwork done before you can present that, or
No. But the more ammunition you have in your gun, this is one bullet. If you got one bullet in your gun, maybe. But see, my bulletproof vest that I wear has 2 30-round clips here, 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 and then it's got my pistol clips up here, and I got 4, and then I got a flashlight with a taser. Okay, then I've got my radio. Then I've got 2 knives on my back, 1 under this arm and my SIG under this arm, and then an AR hanging around my neck. Okay, and under my AR is a 12 gauge for breaching doors. That's how I go into battle. I don't put one bullet in my gun and hope it works. Okay, and my clips, my mags, they're red for subsonic ammunition. I use 300 blackout. And so they're quiet with my silencer, right? Suppressor. We call it suppressors. Most people know them by silencers, so I tell it both words. Okay. They're black for medium range ammunition. And I've actually got purple clip mags if I want to reach out and touch someone and get some yardage in. Okay. Just so you know. What's that? No, but I'm going to make them do it. I'm going to make them put it on there. The website, they're just always adding stuff, right? They're well. Well, those kind of reactions. All right. Go online, 9-page Administrative Procedures Act. I'm telling you, download the PDF, have it on your phone, your computer at home. 9-page Procedures Act. Why? Because this is the procedures they're supposed to follow when dealing with you, and they rarely do. So if they don't follow their procedures, guess what? That's a breach. Federal Procedures Act. You can download that on your phone, huh? Government. All government officers, agents at every level are supposed to follow the Procedures Act. Okay? Now, one of the best things Congress ever did for us to hold our public servants accountable is the Hobbs Act. H-O-B-B-S, Hobbs Act. Download the PDF. By gosh, wait a minute, I ain't done with it. She's so. The Hobbs Act prohibits actual or attempted robbery, Okay. I'll start over. The Hobbs Act prohibits actual or attempted robbery or extortion affecting interstate or foreign commerce in any way or in any degree. Section 1951 also prescribes conspiracy to commit robbery or extortion without reference to the conspiracy statute at 18 U.S.C. Section 371. The statutory prohibition of physical violence to any person or property in furtherance of a plan or purpose to do anything in violation of this section is confined to the violence. This is for you. I know you are. This will help you. This will help you in your case dramatically. So I made sure I'm talking about it this morning. Don't leave it out. Okay. Purpose to do anything in violation of this section is confined to violence for the purpose of committing robbery or extortion. When you read through this Hobbs Act, it's about what police officers and law enforcement do to you. Everything about it. Every time a police officer puts on his emergency lights to pull you over when there was no accident or no victim, he is creating an emergency where none existed, which is a felony. Right off the bat, as soon as he put those lights on. But see, they know the people don't know that. So they do it all the time. They're only supposed to do it for one of two reasons. An emergency situation afar where they have to get somewhere fast. Okay? That's an emergency. It exists somewhere. They can put them on. Not to get home in time for their dinner. And they do that too, by the way. All right? They can't do that. And not to pull you over for a traffic infraction. They're traffic infractions. They're misdemeanors. What does the word misdemeanor mean? Yeah, bad attitude. Your demeanor is at miss. It's not even a crime. It's just a bad attitude. You're a bad child. Go sit in the corner. That's a misdemeanor. I just gave my daughter a misdemeanor. Yep. When you read this, you will see how incredible it is it's one of the best ways for we the people to hold these guys accountable. You'll like this part. Under color of official right. Anything colorable is a fallacy, guys, and that's all they're operating under, the color of law. Go ask your county attorney. How many color of law lawsuits does a county get? He'll say, oh, about 40%. He doesn't want to tell you that, but that's the nationwide average. 40% of their lawsuits against the county is for acting under the color of law, which means they're just a fallacy. They're perceived authority. We perceive these guys as authority when they have none whatsoever. The FBI has never had any authority, but they walk in with their suits and ties and their gun under their suit and their little gold badge, and they walk in with gusto, right? We're here to question you. They walk into a sheriff's department and they go, we're here to take over this case. You have any free office space? And they take office space from the sheriffs. Yeah, oh yeah, we're going to take over this case. We've got the best forensics, all the money in the world to investigate. It won't come out of your budget at all. Just need to provide us with some office space. Oh, you can have that office in the back corner. And they don't have any authority to even do that. Government operates under the consent of the governed, the tacit agreement of the people, by the unrebuttal of presumption. They presume and assume, and you get your tacit agreement, and then they use hearsay to convict you. And that's how government operates. When you learn that, boy, do you have more power, right? He could. He could. But here's the problem. You know you were in a hurry to write somebody's phone number down when you write a senator's phone number down on the back of a piece of paper you use in seminars. That's Senator Doug Mastriano, Pennsylvania. Oh, God. I love him. He was a military man. He was in charge of NATO. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm feeding Doug all kinds of information, and he is doing awesome. We can get these kind of guys learning. We won't have any problems. You know, they'll be kicking Nancy the curb all on their own. I'd like to see Nancy stand up against Doug. Oh, man. All right. Real quick, before I get into some of this, I want to read something I wanted to read yesterday, and we just ran out of time. How many people know, who haven't attended my seminars, who Colonel Edward Mandell House is? Colonel Edward Mandell House. I don't know why they called him Colonel, because he never served in the military. He never worked for government. He was a billionaire oil man from Texas. And he had the ear of the big bankers, the Aldriches, the Chases. He's the one that set up the meeting at Jekyll Island, that created the Aldrich Plan, which created the Federal Reserve, which created many acts of Congress, which is why we're all slaves today. Edward Mandell House had the ear of Woodrow Wilson. Woodrow Wilson said two quotes, one right before he became president and then his last speech as president, that I find very interesting. The first quote, I'm not going to be able to quote it exactly off the top of my head, but I'll tell you the gist of the thing. The first quote was that there is a group of powerful men in this nation that are so powerful, that are so corrupt, that the highest people in business and banking and government whisper when they speak about it in private. That their security and their lives would be at risk if they spoke outwardly of the society that runs this nation. A small group of powerful men who have run everything in this nation for more than 100 years. Now that was Woodrow Wilson's time. That's like 1910 to 14, yeah. All right, now, Colonel Edward Mandell House. The second quote from Woodrow Wilson at the end of his presidency was right after he met with Colonel Edward Mandell House in the Oval Office. And he told the American people in his last speech as president that he has only but one regret, that he may have given away his country to a small group of powerful men. Okay. Now, Edward Mandell House, speaking to President Woodrow Wilson in the Oval Office. Very soon, every American will be required to register their biological property. That's you and your children. Okay. In a national system designed to keep track of the people, and that will operate under the ancient system of pledging. By such methodology, we can compel people to submit to our agenda, which will affect our security as a chargeback for our fiat currency. Every American will be forced to register or suffer being able to work and earn a living. They will be our chattels, our property, and we will hold the security interests over them forever. By operation of the law merchant under the scheme of secured transactions, Americans, by unknowingly or unwittingly delivered the bills of lading, the birth certificates to us, will be rendered bankrupt and insolvent, secured by their pledges. They will be stripped of their rights and given a commercial value designed to make us a profit, and they will be none the wiser. For not one man in a million could ever figure out our plans, and if by accident one or two should figure it out, we have in our arsenal plausible deniability. After all, this is the only logical way to fund government, by floating liens and debts to the registrants in the form of benefits and privileges. This will inevitably reap us huge profits beyond our wildest expectations and leave every American a contributor to this fraud, which we will call social insurance. Without realizing it, every American will unknowingly be our servant, however begrudgingly. The people will become helpless and without any hope for their redemption, and we will employ the high office of the president of our dummy corporation to foment this plot against America. Between 1905 and 1933, they put a series of acts of Congress into place that created this whole system of fraud. England did it in 1666 with the Cestui V Trust Act right after the fires of London as a way to rebuild England, rebuild the city. The whole city of London pretty much burnt down. That's a lot of homeless people. And they figured out the only way to raise the money is by mortgaging y'all. What does the word mortgage mean? A death pledge. That's the definition of a mortgage. Okay. Why are we going in debt? Wasn't it our signature on the mortgage that created the money? We're the creditor. You have TransUnion, Equifax, Experian. It's called a credit report. It's not called a debit report. It lists the companies that you lent money to out of your Cestui V Trust. See, everything that's evil holding up a mirror to righteousness. This whole system could have been a righteous system had there been full and honest disclosure and they cut us in on the deal. Could have been very good for everybody. But they held a mirror up to it and reversed it. So they made you the debtor rather than the creditor. And you have to understand that. Once you understand you're the creditor, well, maybe now I want to buy a new pickup. So I go into the dealership and I go shopping and I start looking around for a new pickup and I say, I like this one. It's got all the options on it I want. Would you, Mr. Salesman, just create an invoice for me? Use this PO number. And I use my little bank code and routing number and my CUSIP number as the PO number. And now I walk it down to Wells Fargo. I say, pass it up the ladder to corporate. Send it to the legal department. After I stamped it, accepted. David Lester Straight Vessel, all caps, by David Lester Straight, upper lowercase, as executor of my estate as the king. And I stamp it with that. And I send it up the ladder. And then they just cut a check. No financing, no repayment of a loan. Just a nice new $75,000 Chevy Silverado Duramax diesel pickup that feels so good to drive. Now I'm wearing out my old truck. I leave that one in my garage pretty much. Take it out on occasion. But I'm going to wear out the old one first. So now I have 3 Duramaxes. So you got to learn this stuff, but don't be the king until you've got your paperwork done. Because you know what the corporate attorneys at Wells Fargo would do if you took them an invoice like that and you haven't made your claim through a probate judge and gotten the stuff done and changed your status, and Oh, that's why Heather Antucci is in jail, and Dennis from Indiana. Dennis spent 90 to $100 million out of his trust. Between 90 and 100 million. He bought Corvettes. He bought a $250,000 motorhome. He bought a new house. He bought stuff for all of his family and his friends and everything. Now he's in jail for 60 years because he was claiming to be the king, and before he was. He didn't know how to be the king. Oh yeah. Yeah, they don't care if he uses his own trust money. Go ahead, spend it. We'll just see what you do and how stupid you are. And then we'll just add up the charges. Because the more penal sums they can put on you, the more money they make out of the rest of your trust. You might have 30 billion in your trust. Oh, they can rack up penal sums like crazy. Pretty soon they're making 100 million off of your stupidity that came out of your trust anyway. Oh God, you're worth more dead than alive. All of you, worth more dead than alive. All right. Your trust looks like this. Now, I just wrote this down as a Wells Fargo to show you. You might have a checking, a savings, another savings account, a CD, whatever. Your birth certificate is your main CUSIP number. Every time you improve in life, you get a social security card, a driver's license, a military ID, a college degree, your master's, your doctorate, whatever. Every time you improve in life, they think you're worth more money, so they just bond and insure you again, and they add another CUSIP number. That creates United States Treasury bills. It creates money that goes out into the public charitable trust. It creates money. The more they can bond and insure you, the more money they create in the public. The bigger, more bloated everything gets. Okay? Now, I wrote $2 signs up there, one with one line, one with two. What's the difference? This is real money. This is fiat. When we change over to a gold-backed system, it is nothing more to a bank than a computer keystroke, changing the dollar sign from one line to two. We've been able to do that for a long time. I've been doing it back when I used to actually write checks, which I haven't written a check in years. But when I used to write checks, I had my checks printed with USC Title 12, Section 411, which converted every dollar of fiat currency I was using. When it got to the bank, it created it to real currency. When I signed my signature card at Wells Fargo, I happen to bank there. I keep a savings account there so I can access my trust. It's a little key. Okay. Bank with one of the biggies: Wells Fargo, Bank of America, US Bank, Chase. Bank of one of the biggies, because their corporate attorneys know how to access your trust real well. You don't want some stupid little credit union who doesn't know shit. They don't deal with any kings. Okay. You want a Chase or Wells Fargo that deals with a few kings out there, like Mr. Donald Trump. All right. If you take your paycheck stubs or paycheck from your work and you write USC Title 12, Section 411 on the back where you endorse it and you deposit in your account, it's converted to real money. Now, what does that do for you? Almost nothing, except for LexisNexis. Talk about it in just a minute. All right. When you sign your signature card at the bank and open an account, if you write USC 12, Section 411, every dollar that goes in and out of your account is automatically converted from this to this, just by using the United States Code. Pure and simple, because they have to provide us with a Republican form of government. Now, they don't tell any citizens this. No citizens know this shit, so it never happens. And how many people sit around and read the United States Code like this idiots? Not very many, right? so they don't know how to do it. Not your fault. We're all compartmentalized legal idiots until we're not. The more they can keep us compartmentalized, the more they can defraud us. And we're going to talk about that a little bit here in a minute. All right. If you want to support our mission of child trafficking, you can put money in our accounts. That helps. I got a lot of people. We work off donations. That's all we do. I went to President Trump a while back and I asked for $5 million. He said, no problem. We'll give you $5 million. And he wrote it down. He got one of the senators to put it in a bill, and Congress controls the stinking purse. This is when I found out the president can't direct money. So in Congress, they scratched the name out of my team. And they said, why don't we just create a child trafficking task force inside of the FBI and give it to them? And they wrote in the Federal Bureau of Investigation Child Trafficking Task Force. And they had the FBI set one up. I've had it set up for like 30 years, right? But we work off donations from people. That's all we work off of. That's where we get our money. And my team spends about $50,000 a month. That's the kind of donations we have to give. I've got 8 safe houses that we keep victims in constantly. And they've got security systems and tripwires, and they're protected. Let's just put it that way. So, and how many, I had 2 women come to Yuba City, Marcella and Vidalia, who were traffic victims. 2 of my victims showed up at that last weekend seminar. This is incredible. It's incredible to have them there. I hadn't seen Vidalia in 5 or 6 years. She sat on Henry Kissinger's lap at Bohemia Grove when she was 16. Okay. She went to the Epstein parties. Okay. And then Marcella, oh, this is being recorded. I probably shouldn't even be saying this. What was I doing? Okay, I didn't get to finish this up yesterday, so I'm trying to cover the loose ends before I start something new. Mail label 200. The little white slip that goes with it. I always have a few. Use it all the time. In fact, I'm getting low. Usually try and keep like 20 in here. You do your documents and you leave this room. The reason you leave this room on your document is so that you can set one of those there and take a full color copy of it. And then you use this on the envelope and you fill this out to insure it. For $167, you can put $50,000 worth of insurance on it. And I highly recommend doing that because they pay out every once in a while. And you can buy a lot of $167 ones for $50,000 if they pay out every once in a while. And they will. Okay. And this goes on your document. The other space is for the county recorder. Okay. So mail label 200. County recorder stamp. That makes your document a court of record. What is a court? Bank and a post office. When I served the prosecuting attorney with this on the envelope, which is sealed as evidence. See, if I gather evidence on child trafficking and I don't want to make a trip to DC and I send it in by mail, I have to send it this way because it follows a chain of custody of evidence and is signed for every step of the way. Okay? when you're making your legal documents, evidence, a chain of custody of evidence. Notice how important that is, I hope. You notice how important this is? It's evidence. It's going into the United States Post Office. The court is a United States Post Office. The judge is a postmaster. Do you know what happens if your mail gets destroyed, thrown out, abolished, ignored by the postmaster? They have to pay out. I just taught you how to make $50,000 every once in a while. If you pay the $167, say, let's say you send 10 legal documents in, 9 of them don't pay out and 1 does. You've made 48 grand profit. It's a pretty good business enterprise. Okay, I'm not going to say they're going to pay out every time because they're not. But every once in a while, you get a judge who doesn't know he's a postmaster and he's an ass. Treat him nicely like you're going to go have tacos. But make your document a court of record. Now, I'm going to get a little farther into this. So as you can see, the creator's name's on the top. Whoever's name's on the top is who created the document. If you put the court's name at the top, like most people do, it's the court's document. That's a big mistake people make. This makes it a court of record. Now I start with whatever the court's name is. First District Court of Maricopa County. A private for-profit corporation, Dun & Bradstreet, number redacted. I start right off telling them who the hell they are. That they're a private for-profit corporation. Now make sure they are. Not all courts are, but most of them are. Versus David Lester Strait vessel, and that's usually on one line, by David Lester Strait executor, CUSIP attaching number, not case number. And then you just put whatever the case number they assign to it there. Call it a CUSIP attaching number. It freaks them out. On the state level, it's under the GSA program. You don't need to really know this, but all courts operate on the state GSA program. The federal courts buy the court cases by the GSAs, and that's how the trickle-down theory economically works. Because only the federal court buildings have the ability to deal with the Department of Fiscal Services and the Treasury to get money out of your trust. So they get money out of the trust. It's all done through the GSA program, and the lower courts of the states get paid. That's how the federal money trickles down. That makes sense? Okay. Post office. They hate giving them to you. They want you to do things certified, because certified doesn't do shit. If you're doing, look, you can walk into the USPS or you can walk into the USPO. Same damn building, same employees. When I use a registered, I'm dealing with the USPO. When I use certified, I'm dealing with the corporate world of the USPS. This is my post office. You're dealing with them. This is how you're doing it. Okay. Case law, I don't allow them to use case law against me. Anybody see what happened to the lid I had? Anyway, oh, there it is. I'm like a kid. I'll get this stuff all over my hands and face and everywhere. Anyway, where was I? Oh, yeah. I won't let them use case law against me, but I'll use case law against them. They believe in it. Yeah, they're bound by it. They believe in it. They're bound by it. I'm not. So I don't let a prosecutor get away with using case law against me. All right. Oh, where'd it go? Oh, I can lose stuff so fast. Oh, there it is. All right. Office. Service. One's corporate, one's corporate and de facto. This is mine. All the courts were set up under this. That's why they tell you to use certified so they don't have to fall under postal law. Cute little trick, wasn't it? Yeah, all right. Now, you have jurisdictions, land, air, and water, right? What jurisdiction are you operating in? What is it about? You know, wait a minute. What is it about? What is your legal document about? Is it about a foreclosure, a car thing, your kids? No. Now, it could be contract, but it's land. Who has superior title? Who has superior rights, right? Okay. So today, green is going to be purple. Okay, because I don't have a purple pen. All right, well, I do have purple pens, but they wouldn't write on this board. So if you have a signature, signatures are signed in blue. The writing's black, but your signature's in blue, right? And I'm not gonna write my whole signature there because I write too big. I'm gonna beat you. Hold on a minute. Okay. And I do write my signatures legibly on documents, all right? Where's President Trump sign his executive orders? Right down the middle. That's purple. Red, purple, blue. Okay. Land, air, contract, water. They just reverse the law. Evil held a mirror up to it. This is where you sign on the page. When you autograph a signature, you do it on this side. When you sign as a purser on your ship, you sign over here. When I sign as the executor of my vessel, I'm signing right in the middle. I move the signature line and I sign in a different color ink. Then you have a seal. You're the king. You can make up your own seals. A lot of people on the land, they use a thumbprint, right? Touch their signature, right? I was writing all over myself. Hold on a minute. Don't get ahead of me. What's that? Well, King's signature is always in purple and his stamp's always in gold. I have a gold. I am the freaking king of stamps, guys. That's my king seal. Here's my gold ink pad. I take this piece of plastic off, stamp that sucker, boom. Gold king seal right there. You're the king. So I'm going to show you something. My creative ass nephew, I taught him all this stuff and he takes it to heart. This is his seals for land, air, and water. Every one of them are different. Okay, now we've blown them up here. You want them the size of a silver dollar. That's how big you want them. Your seal should be that big. Silver dollar. It's bigger than a quarter. That's how big it should be. I blew them up so you can see them. Look at how great he did. Okay. The great seal for Daniel - Joseph, semicolon, the clan of Jones, Daniel Jones. Okay. He's so clever. He put the Bible with the Alpha and Omega sign and his birthday of May 9th, 71 on a seal. Isn't that cool? Now, underneath his seal, he has words that he puts on the document. It says private seal of sovereign documents. What is that? That's the jurisdiction of the land. He put these in land, air, and water. Okay? Jurisdiction of the land. So that's the seal he would put right under his signature. Now, for his trust documents, Daniel Joseph Jones Estate, all caps. In God we trust, trust protector, put an eagle in it. General executor, estate executor administration. And he stamps it right there. I love this kid. He learns. U.S. Superior Court, Territorial Estate Tribunal, Daniel Joseph Jones, U.S. Estate Tribunal Enforcement Orders. That's his Admiralty seal. And that's his Superior Court. I thought that was brilliant. So I'm sharing with you all. When you're the king, you make up your own stamps, your own seals. Make them how you want. You could use a family crest if you got an ancient family crest. What? Oh. She cracks me up. See what happens when you live in Homer, Alaska? Okay, what am I doing next? Getting shuffle loose ends. Okay, let's have a little fun. We are. I am anyway. What other one? You can go up there and get a picture whenever you want. You should. It makes a ton of sense. Right. Yeah, you're starting to see what it really does and how you gain power. Okay? Don't notaries have their own seal? Don't courts have their own seal? Don't judges have their own seal? They all do. Why don't you? Oh, because you're just a servant. Slaves don't have seals. So learn to be the king. Okay. All right. What is the number one way most people get their first experience with the law? Traffic, right? They get pulled over. Starts when they get their learner's permit. Do you know you can go to the United States Department of Transportation's website, and in their search engine, you can type in police visor cards. Police visor cards. Now, when you don't print them off an iPhone quickly in a hotel room, they actually come out green and white, and they cover a full page, half of a page here, and then a half of a page here, and they cover a full page, and they're green and white. They're designed for police officers to be able to print out, cut them in half, put them up on their visor. They can laminate them and put them up on their visor so that they know what a commercial vehicle looks like. Because that's the only thing under the United States Department of Transportation that they're allowed to stop. They're not allowed to stop Toyota Camrys and Subarus and Chevy Silverados. They're only allowed to stop those commercial vehicles, dump trucks, semi-trucks, fire engines, other police vehicles. They can pull over each other, but they can't pull over me. I still got my fingers closed, and they're no longer there. She's a little snappy there. Police visor cards. U.S. Department of Transportation's website. You know, you can get a license plate from the U.S. Department of Transportation that's covered. It's a Reg Z plate under Regulation Z, which is banking law. To provide us with a Republican form of government, you don't have to have a state plate. You can get one from the U.S. DOT. Can. I didn't. On my old vehicles, it used to be, I got 3 trucks that were company construction trucks. I haven't registered in more than 10 years. I got the MSOs. And I just leave the state plates on them, and I don't pay for new tags, new nothing. They're old plates, they're all beat up, and they just can stay there. Of course not. That's why. The Chevy pickup that I drive most of the time, I call it dirt color. Everybody says, what color is your truck? Dirt. Okay. I live on a farm. Anyway, see this? These are case law. Case law after case law after case law. A lot of Supreme Court case laws, some state case laws, some laws right out of state statutes of why you don't need a driver's license. Let me read a few. You don't need one to operate in private. Huh? I have a letter from an Arizona senator that was written in 1985 instructing the police forces to leave people alone without driver's licenses because they don't need one to operate on their roadways of Arizona. Yes. Yes. When a police officer applies the state's police power to conduct that does not rise to the level of a crime, they act beyond the scope of their job and violate their oath, and it is an unauthorized arrest and is void. How do you like them apples? The makers of the Constitution conferred us against the government the right to be left alone, the most comprehensive of rights, and the right most valued by civilized men. That's the U.S. Supreme Court Justice Brandeis in Olmstead versus United States. Okay? The Constitution is a charter of negative liberties. It tells the state to leave the people alone. It does not require the federal government or the state to provide services, even so elementary a service as maintaining law and order. It is the duty of all officials, whether legislative, judicial, executive, administrative, or ministerial, to so perform every official act as not to violate the constitutional provisions. It's Montgomery versus State of Florida. Under USC Title 42, Section 1986, an action for neglect to prevent states, quotes, every person who having knowledge that any wrongs conspired or to be done and having power to prevent or aid in preventing neglects or refuses to do so shall be liable to the injured party. An officer may be held liable in damages to any person injured in consequence of a breach of any of the duties connected with his office. The liability for nonfeasance, misfeasance, or malfeasance in office is in his individual and not his official capacity. That's in jurisprudence. 70 AM American Jurisprudence, second section 50. Number 7, under civil liabilities. The attempt of a state officer to enforce an unconstitutional statute is a proceeding without authority. This is why I get $10,000 every time they stop me. And who's ridden with me so far? I drive pretty fast. Get where I'm going. Took me 7 minutes to get to my GPS said 15 minutes. I said, I don't want to make it 7. They challenge me all the time. They put those signs on the side of the road that says 45. I try and double it, 90. Just see if I can do it. Every once in a while, you got to have an opportunity to teach. The state has no power to impart to its officer immunity from responsibility to the supreme authority of the United States. Trespass on one's right to travel is an injury. Trespass on one's right to travel is an injury. And it can result in the trespasser being sued personally under Civil Code abstinence from injury, which states even in the performance of a lawful act, one causing injury must abstain. The injury is a trespass on the right to travel, so the trespasser must abstain. That's pretty clear, isn't it? Absolutely. You have a castle doctrine. You have a right to travel. You have the right to be left alone. You have unalienable rights. You have the right of self-determination. You got right after right after right. The police power of the state must be exercised in subordination to the provisions of the Constitution. The right of a citizen to travel upon the public highways, to operate an automobile, is not a mere privilege which the city may permit or prohibit at will. If the state does convert your right into a privilege and issue a license a fee for it, you can ignore the license and a fee and engage in the right with impunity. Shuttlesworth versus Birmingham. Diplomatic immunity. This is where your nationality comes in. Presumption of lawful admission, creation of a record of a lawful status for person born under diplomatic status in the United States. A person born, guess what a state national is? It's a diplomatic status. Person born to a foreign diplomat or a person born to a state are both foreign diplomatic officers. Californian, an Oregonian, Washingtonian, Wisconsinite, an Arizonan. Did you know you were a diplomat if you were a state national? Oh, it's so great. It says that person is not a United States citizen under the 14th Amendment of the Constitution, and such a person may be considered a lawful permanent at birth. On and on and on we go. Guess who gets a copy of this? No. I have one of these on my dash in a file folder for my opportunity to teach the officer, but I'm not going to give it to him. The traffic court's going to get one with my invoice of a violation of constitutional rights. And I'm going to follow 72-30-15-10, judgment day, and then I'll send the final lien to the Attorney General of the state, and he'll cut me a check. And he's already done it 3 times this year. Not bad. Sure beats working at McDonald's. Huh? I have a 1,000-mile rule. So if it's within 1,000 miles of my house, I usually drive, and if it's more than that, I fly. And I'm saving up all my payments from officers to buy myself a plane. No, I actually used to have a Cessna 172, and when shit hit the fan with the housing market crash in 2008, I sold it. And it's been killing me.
So again, when you like your private sedan,
They violated your rights if they wrote you a ticket. It's that simple. Of course I do. I take the ticket and I rescind it, rescission it within 72 hours. If you can drive it to the courthouse the moment you get it, before you even go home, they'll shred it right in front of you. They will. All you got to do is ride across at a 45-degree angle with a red Sharpie, which I carry in all my trucks. A red Sharpie. Your offer to contract is not accepted while traveling in private in my private automobile, and you're operating under the color of law under Title 18, Section 242. It's a violation of my rights. And I write that right across the 45-degree angle across the face of the ticket. Or if I'm home or I got my stamps handy, I just rescission it, send it back in. What does the word rescission mean in Black's Law Dictionary? As if it never happened. That's right. Okay. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Big, huge differences. If I'm looking at documents that our founding fathers wrote that create the laws that this nation is built upon, I want to go to Noah Webster. If I'm looking for laws under debitor creditors, I want the Black's Law 6th edition. It's a centennial edition, and it's called the Debitor and Creditor Edition. So I use that the most. Okay. Here, let's look. Noah Webster. Okay. And this really can go core up to today, really. Is it because this is the centennial edition. It's really a 100-year period. They made some other changes in 1975, some changes in 1980, on and on and on. Congress uses Bovier's. I recommend always one of the best investments you guys can make, and it's not a cheap book. Last time I looked on Amazon, it was like $274. Is a Burton's Thesaurus, Legal Thesaurus 4th edition. Oh my gosh, I cannot tell you how much that book has helped me. Burton's Thesaurus 4th edition. Yeah, but if you've got a Black's Law 6 in your library and you've got a Noah Webster and you've got a Burton's 4th, that'll pretty much cover you for 99% of the people. Those 3 books. Very important. 6th, Noah Webster's 1828 and a Burton's Thesaurus, Legal Thesaurus 4th. Really important. Okay. All right. I'm not going to read all this, of course. But man, it is crystal clear that they can't stop you, write you a ticket, anything. Now, how did they get away with it? You claim to be a citizen, person, or resident. You go down and get a driver's license. You register your car so the state has the title. and now you're a state employee subject to the state title, guess what you are? You're the same thing on that, whatever you, I'm gonna have to search her to see the, anyway, the police visor cards, you're the same thing as the cop card then. See? Yeah, you're pulling over each other. That's right. See, this is where status, standing, and jurisdiction matters, right? Okay. That's pretty good education for any cop, judge, or traffic court right there. Everybody clear on trusts? No. Just say no. You're not clear on trust. This is my God trust. Straight familiar God trust. I use the highest form of law in here. Page after page after page. But it is a trust indenture. It clearly states who the executor is, who the trustee is, and who the beneficiaries are. In fact, I have grandkids, so my grandkids are all the beneficiaries, and my children are all the trustees right alongside me. But God's the executor, and I'm the co-executor. My children are trustees, and my grandchildren are beneficiaries. And the reason for that is all my children, they're all pretty self-sufficient. They're pretty good adults. They're not having any issues, problems. Even the couple that don't like to listen to dad. Okay. Why is that? What? Anyway, so this whole thing is a trust indenture. And you can see when you get back in here that I go into scripture on everything. Yeah, I did. I actually had a mentor with it also. His name was William Moffat. William Moffat created the World Benefit Church, which doesn't even have a congregation. The purpose of that church is to go around the world to world leaders and teach godlike principles to world leaders. And he's been to every country of the world. And he's done that for 30 years. Then 25 years ago, he created the Voice of Youth program. And 6 years ago, he made me an ambassador to that. And that's why I stood at The Hague under the Voice of Youth and read the story of a mother to the world leaders. That was an interesting experience. I'm a farm boy from a mill town in Oregon, and there ain't a million years I would have thought I'd ever be standing at The Hague speaking. Not in a million years would I have ever thought that. Yeah, page after page after page of scripture. You guys all have access to this. statenational.us website. Sign up. Seminar 2021 is your code. Okay? And you have access to this. I actually statenational.us. It used to be .community. Yeah, I gave you a handout yesterday. A trust is one of the most important things you can do. Ananda went to Las Vegas a few weeks back and she got a traffic ticket. She was driving a rental car and she was testing out her powers. And a cop walked up and started asking her questions and she goes, I prefer to ask the questions here. Now, I don't recommend doing that. However, she's all of a sudden feeling pretty powerful as the queen. And that's what she said. And he was a little tough on her, and then he wrote her a ticket. And that's okay. We just rescinded it. Not a big deal. Take the ticket, smile, and say, thank you very much. I'll be rescinding this within the next 72 hours. They look at you like, what? Oh, yeah, no problem. hand it on over and take it. But my point is, she was in a rental car. She flew in, she rented a car. He threatened her to pull her out of the car and have her car towed. Then he checked back at his car on the rental car, and he found out that all the rental cars are held in trust. There's not a damn thing he can do. He can't tow a car held in trust. Because the state don't own it. These rental car companies know they don't have to register like that with the state. They put their car title in trust, and then they register it with the state, and the state can't hold the MCO because the trust does. They beat them to it. Pretty cool little lesson right there. Okay. Where was I? Do you guys kind of have this down? No, seriously. It could be 28. Okay, here's another one. Let's go along with this. I'm missing a little part of my lesson here. Attorneys are really good at two things: boxes and lines. Anytime they put boxes and lines, they change the document. Things you guys should study: Chicago Styles Manual, or the Oxford Styles Manual, or the DC Styles Manual. How come they didn't teach you styles with all the English classes you had in high school? Wouldn't it have been nice if they would have taught us styles? Because here's what happens. If you take a legal document and you, which I do recommend doing this. Oops, I tried that one out. The bottom I write, page 1 of 34, or however long the document is, right? But what happens if somewhere on one of those pages, I put a line margin to margin? I just made this page 1 and this page 2, but this is marked page 1. This doesn't have a page number, so now nothing here matters to the court. Be very careful with lines. Attorneys will put things in for you, your defense attorney, your own defense attorney, in your own documents that he's creating. He will take a section, might just be the section with all your truth and facts that will save your ass, and he puts a line above it and below it. And he just took it out of the picture. That page doesn't exist. It's not numbered. Oh, God, they're tricky. Then they'll come along and they'll put a box, right? If I put a box around something, it's not part of the contract. It's the four corners rule. It's called the four corners rule. You put something in a box, it's called boxing, or the four corners rule. You can do it this way too. Like if I want to, I'm forced to put my zip code on something, right? I don't want to, because that puts me in a federal jurisdiction. So if I want to take it out of the contract, I just bracket it. Now under the four corners rule, that zip code doesn't matter. It doesn't change my jurisdiction. Okay. Little tricky lawyer shit. Watch out for it. Oh yeah, I could have put this as page 1 of 35, and then I could have changed this to 5, and I could have put this as page 2, and then it'd be fine. But most people don't. They don't know any of this. Okay. They don't know any of this. No, you can't. Well, you don't. There's no way to. You just do what you can do, and you're rebutting it if something ever comes up. Okay? So if something ever comes up about it, then you have to rebut later. They force you into admiralty. Well, that's force and coercion by not offering an alternative. Look, did I tell the story about Justin yesterday? I need to tell this at every class because it's incredibly important. It's going to give you an idea of how powerful the bar is. This is who we are at war with. The bar is the soldiers of the bankers. Think of it that way. The bar is the soldiers of the bankers. Who are we? We're soldiers in freedom. Who are we at war with? The bar. Story of Justin. Justin's the smartest kid I ever met in my life. He sailed through high school. Before he even got through high school, he had a couple college degrees. Seriously. 1.5 years later, he had a doctorate degree. This kid could read a book, put it down, tell you what page number, quote it off the top of his head. He could read a whole set of legal books in a week and know it. He passed the bar, the only one I know who's ever passed the bar with a perfect score. Didn't miss a single answer. Big, expensive law firms were courting him in law school. I mean, they were offering him big contracts. He went to work for one of the biggest law firms in Seattle. You know, the guys that represent Microsoft and Boeing and Amazon, Starbucks, on and on. So they held a party for him the day he passed the bar, and they rented the Space Needle for dinner. They had their whole firm up there. Took over the whole building. And after dinner, he's standing there and he's looking out the windows of the city, and he's just standing looking out the windows at all the lights and things like that. Not thinking too much, except this is a pretty good day, you know. And the head of the law firm walks up, puts his arm around him, congratulates him on coming to work. And he says, "What do you see out there?" Because Justin was just staring out the windows. And he says, "Oh, I was just admiring the lights of this beautiful city, this town, the bay, ships." And the guy says, "No, that's not what I meant. I meant, what do you see out there? Do you see all those large corporations?" And he named off half a dozen of them. He says, "You see all the mom and pop stores down along the pier, downtown?" He says, "Look across the bay. Can you, I know we can't quite see it, but you got the Capitol there in Olympia, and all the municipality governments on their way here. You see all that? Can you picture that?" Justin says, "Yeah, I can see that." Guy says, "Who do you think runs all that?" "All of it." And Justin didn't quite understand the question. So he answered and he says, "Well, out of all the large corporations, it's the CEOs, and out of the small corporations, the mom and pops who own the businesses, and the governments are controlled by the people through the legislature right up to the governor's level, and every municipality they're on, the people control the government." Because Justin was smart. He's read the constitutions. This guy lets out a big old belly laugh and he says, no. Not one piece of sales literature, not one invoice, not one contract is ever signed. Not one governor makes a decision, not one police officer, not one county attorney. No one makes a decision. Not one governmental form is ever written until they run it past us, their legal department. We control it all. The bar controls everything. Now think about it. Every ticket a police officer wrote, who wrote the form? An attorney. Who wrote every form you fill out, every complaint form? Don't ever complain. Don't ever fill out a complaint form. When you're the king, kings don't complain about nothing. And it doesn't matter if you complain or not. You could complain about his hair or his tie or his suit or his shoes. Doesn't matter. And nobody gives a crap. And no one's going to investigate a complaint. And even if they do investigate it, they're going to find it's merely a complaint. So they rule it doesn't matter. And that's why police officers get off on all kinds of stuff. Because if people come in there and fill out just fill out this complaint form against that officer. Complaint forms mean nothing in the law. Zero, not a zilch, nothing. You fill out a complaint against a police officer, chances are you walked out the door and they round filed it. Because the very legal definition of the word complaint means nothing. It's somebody's opinion, a bitch, a complaint. Doesn't matter. You want to go after an officer, you file a claim. Okay? You want to really go after an officer, find out who their insurance company or their bonding company is, and you file a claim just like you would if you drove down the road right here, stopped at a stop sign, somebody come around the corner and hit you. You don't go after that man or woman, and you get their name and their address and their insurance company, State Farm or whoever, right? And then you put in a claim with their insurance company. See, this is what we did in Montana. Had 4 or 5 guys come to me and say, this police department up here is brutal, man. This county sheriff is just kicking our asses. They're brutal about it. They're knocking us to the ground. They put cuffs on us just merely walking down the street. No crimes committed. Not one of those guys had committed any crime. And the police force was brutal to them. Just bullies. That's all they were. So I said, really? What do you think would happen if we sue them? I don't know, but let's sue them. They were all gung-ho, right? Let's sue them. What do you think we'll get? I said, you probably won't get much. In fact, they probably will find some way to get out of it. Well, how do we stop this? How do we solve it? I said, who's their insurance company? MACO, the Montana Association of County, whatever. I said, let's get a hold of MACO, find out if they've got a constitutional rider on their insurance policy. How much is it? Oh, wait, $5 million. They got a $5 million constitutional rider on their insurance policy in case the sheriff violates someone's constitutional rights. So on behalf of the 5 guys, I sued MACO for $4,995,000. And we didn't even have to step foot in a courtroom. I just filed an insurance claim, settled out of court because I put it under their limit. I said, I'm going to take you to court and I'm going to sue you for about $25 million, $5 million for each one of these 5 guys. Or you can just pay off on your insurance rider, $4,995,000 will settle. I did an offer and compromise through dynamic communications, which I'm going to teach you in just a bit. And we never even went to court. And they got a $4,995,000 payout divided by 5 guys, just under $5 million. I mean, just under $1 million each. Why did I cut $5,000 off of it? To stay under their limit. Now, if I would have went to the insurance company and put in a claim for $25 million, I'm above their constitutional rider, and they would have said no. And they would have found some way in court to beat us. Didn't even have to go to court. Now, guess what happened? The insurance company went to the sheriff, said, knock it off. We're not going to pay out anymore, or we're going to drop the insurance policy against you, and you're going to have to go back to using your house as your bond, because we're not going to cover it. So the sheriff's department got a whole lot nicer to the people. Let the insurance company slap them around a little bit. Just like if State Farm comes to you and said, I'm going to raise your policy limits by triple if you hit one more person. And that's exactly what the Mako did to them. Beautiful things happen. Find out who his bonding is, but I'll tell you what, start screwing around too much with judges that way and you're going to get it. There's other ways to mess up judges. Okay? We helped take every judge out of the Supreme Court of West Virginia. Nope. They had sent their repudiations in. I made them do that. I didn't make them. I taught them why they should. And they did. We didn't have to use it, which was good. But technically, to be a party to the Constitution, you better be a state national. Every court will tell you that. Look at the Malheur trials and the Bundy trials. You know how that took place? I was Shauna Cox's legal team. I made Shauna Cox a state national. Then we could bring up constitutional things in the courtroom where Anna J. Brown, the judge, was saying, don't bring that Constitution in the courtroom. Don't bring that Bible up in the courtroom. She was telling the people that they weren't a party to it. The only ones that spent any jail time were the ones that had attorneys and took a plea deal. Everybody else went home free because I made Shauna Cox a state national. In the Bundy trials, I made Ryan Bundy a state national. Now, Ryan had been through the Malheur trials and then transferred to Nevada after he was freed from the Malheur trials. He got transferred to Nevada, went a long time in jail being held for trial. And in both cases, he turned out he was an innocent man, okay? Because we made him a state national. See, and he was being told over and over and over again, don't bring that Constitution in the courtroom. In fact, the U.S. Marshals were confiscating it out of his pocket. And then when I finally got all of his paperwork done, and I got it all recorded in the county he was born in Utah, and I got it all done, I called Ryan up and I said, hey, buddy, we just got all your paperwork done. Here's what I want you to do on Tuesday at your next hearing. I said, if you have to stuff toilet paper in your pocket, I want that Constitution in there sticking up as high as possible. Don't say anything, just walk in. And I want you to see what the U.S. Marshals are going to do. Every single hearing, and they were having 2 hearings a week, Tuesdays and Thursdays usually. Every single hearing, the U.S. Marshals, as he walked in the door, would confiscate his Constitution. That Tuesday hearing, he walked in the door, and every U.S. Marshal smiled at him and shook his hand and left it there. And he walked in and he sat down. Now, you had a whole bunch of people on trial, and a lot of them had attorneys. And they were questioning a federal witness, a Bureau of Land Management agent. And each attorney questioned that witness all day long, all day. And it got down to 4 o'clock, which is usually quitting time in federal court. 4 o'clock, and the last attorney said, we rest, Your Honor. We'll resume at the next hearing. And the judge looked at Ryan and said, Ryan, would you like to question the witness? She never let him speak before. She never even let him speak. I told him she was going to do that ahead of time. He didn't believe me. And he about fell out of his chair. And he got up and he said, yes, I would, Your Honor. And he walked over and he walked up to the federal witness. And he says, sir, I know no one here has asked you this question before, but how long have you been an employee with the Bureau of Land Management? And he said, 22 years. Ryan looked at him and says, when you first became an employee with the Bureau of Land Management, did you swear an oath to protect and defend the Constitution? And he says, yes, I did. And Ryan got all cocky, and I told him not to get cocky, to be nice. But he got all cocky and he says, well, have you read it? Anyway, luckily the judge overlooked that. He says, well, have you read it? And he says, well, no. I can honestly say I've never read the Constitution. Can you believe that? I know a lot of sheriff's deputies who swear an oath to protect and defend the Constitution. They've never read the document. So Ryan gets it out of his pocket and he opens it up and he goes through the whole thing with him and asking him if he understood it and asking him questions. He'd go through Article 1, Section 1, ask him if he understood it. He'd move on to Article 2, ask him if he had, all through the whole dang thing. I'm talking 3 hours after closing time, 7 p.m. Ryan's all done. He's done with the Constitution. He's confirmed that the guy understands the whole thing. And Ryan looks at the judge and says, we rest, Your Honor. I think he had to wake her up. But she says, all right, we'll dismiss the case for today and come back on Thursday. Thursday, they all walked in. And she completely dismissed the case. Period. Over with. Done. The only two that went to trial, to jail in the Bundy Ranch deal, both had attorneys and they'd already pre-signed a plea deal. And they went to jail. Prison, I mean. Because they'd already taken a plea deal. Everybody else walked out the door a free man, including Ryan. And then Ryan ran for governor in Nevada. Of course, he ran as an independent. No independent ever becomes governor. But it was kind of fun. And that's because I was Ryan Bundy's legal team. So I love Ryan. I wish Ammon would listen. Ammon is just bullheaded as all hell, and he just goes full force, just like a bull in a china shop. And he doesn't listen. All right. Ryan? He's growing some of the most beautiful watermelons you ever saw. And every time I drive north between Vegas and St. George, I stop and see him and have watermelon. In fact, last time I came down here, I drove down here in a Dodge Charger rental car. Of course he can run for office. U.S. nationals have more power than a citizen. President Trump, 2008, he was a national. Of course Hillary was. You bet. That's why she's so hard to arrest. And it was, you got that right, was so hard to arrest. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I have the court transcripts. She's already been tried, convicted, and executed. This is all the canon law and the Cesta QV trust stuff that I've been talking about. Okay? I'm not going to go through it. Take the time to go through it. But it's all the laws, rights, suspension, corruption, the Cesta QV trust, all the canon law, everything is on here. Okay? Cestui Que Vie trust estates concern the property of the soul and ecclesiastical rights which migrated to the United States for admission, including the English document 1661, the Act of Settlement. See, they had to create a series of acts before 1666 when they put it in place in England. We created a series of acts of Congress before 1933 when we put it in place. England had to do the same thing. I like the one that says, including the enactment of the Sedition Act and the Trading with the Enemy Act in the United States and through the United Kingdom, the citizens of the Commonwealth and the United States became effectively enemies of the state and aliens, which in turn converted the five commissary private secret trusts to foreign status trusts. Pretty interesting. Studying this stuff, we don't have time left. I've been studying this for 35 years to get to where I am. You don't have 35 years to study. I highly don't recommend taking what I say and just go to the books and learn, because you know how long that's going to freaking take you? I recommend some action. Put things into place and put them into place as fast as you possibly can. We do not have time on our side anymore. Okay? Now I'm hoping, and I'm pretty hopeful, that President Trump gets back in office. The rights get wrong. The people wake up and realize the evil's there. And all of us will become state nationals automatically by the removal of the 14th Amendment to the Constitution. But more than that, by the removal of the entire corporate constitution. What if I told you our court systems, I don't like to tell you this, our court systems have another constitution that was written in 1980, and that's what they go by. It's the United Nations Constitution for the new United States of America under the 2030 Agenda Program. It's an entire new constitution that you don't know about. I don't like to tell people that. Puts them in a little fit of rage. But you can start looking at documentation like State House Publication 6227. This is where the United Nations basically says they own all of our police departments in the United States. Police. Police. And this document tells them to begin to find ways to remove America's guns. And they confiscate guns all the time. They show up with a warrant over a child thing and they take the guns out of the house. Yeah. The business that I was dealing with in this Montana, for Christ's sakes, everybody and their brother owns a gun. They carry them in their pickup windows, right? Or on their hip. And the business that I'm dealing with had a safe in the corner of the man's office in there full of guns. And the FBI took all of his guns. It wasn't even on the warrant. What right does he have to take the guy's guns under the Second Amendment? He's not a felon. They have none, but they did it anyway. They take guns out of people's houses all the time. I've watched them. When I was a volunteer deputy, I told the guy that worked with me, leave their freaking guns alone. You got no right to take them. He was going to put them in the trunk. That's blatant theft. And they were going to do that. Sometimes, rarely. Well, I mean, look at, I handled Frederick Benz's case in the state of New York. All Fred was doing was helping somebody move, a friend of his, from New Hampshire to Idaho. And Fred lives in Idaho, Eagle, Idaho. And he drove in his truck with trailer to help a friend move to Idaho. And he was driving back with his trailer load across New York, pulled into a rest area. And in New York, rest areas have gas stations and little convenience stores. Pulled in, and he's pulling up there and he's getting fuel. And two cops pulled up, two of them, same time. One of them goes, I don't like the lights on your trailer. Nothing wrong with the lights on his trailer. He had just driven clear across the freaking United States with it and part way back. And he said, I don't like the lights on your trailer. The other guy walks up to the pickup and opens the door. Fred goes, I'm not giving you the right to search my truck. Where's your warrant? Fred knows the law really well. Where's the warrant? Let me tell you about Fred for a second. He was Q capable, United States Navy pilot, one of the youngest pilots to land a fighter jet on an aircraft carrier. Okay. Has a medal for the most aircraft carrier landings for his rank out of any Q capable pilot. Fred took the bar exam just for fun and passed. He never went to law school. Fred has a degree in physics. College degree in physics, that ain't easy. From a prominent school. Naval pilot, retired. Anyway, his 45 was sitting between the seats, his service weapon. Everyone in Idaho has a gun. It's constitutional carry state. You don't need a permit. Everyone has one. Fred had it in his truck. In the state of New York, you could have a gun. And you could have that gun locked up in the glove box, but the ammunition better be in the back of the truck. It cannot be accessible to anyone, the ammunition. So it can't be in the same location. What good is that if a carjacker comes up? You gonna throw a paperweight at him? Fred's smart, his gun's locked and loaded, all right? That means the hammer's back and the safety's on. Locked and cocked, ready to rock. And the police officers arrested him, took him to the county jail. He went into his hearing. He started telling them the law. They said, shut up. He got like 4 words out. Just started talking. Got 4 words out. They threw him in mid-Hudson forensic, maximum security. What do you call them? Funny farm. Cycle ward at mid-Hudson. 40 miles from his truck, his county, where he was arrested, anything. I had to take the case clear to the Supreme Court of the state of New York to get him out of mid-Hudson. As soon as he got it back into the county, first hearing, I had him back home. I could handle it once he's not deemed incompetent. This is a guy who's got a degree in physics. They called in a psych evaluator and he passed with flying colors. So the judge called in another one. Disqualified the first one and used that one to put him in a, how much did he pay him off, right? Fred's about as far from crazy as you can get. Nope. No, they actually even told him they would send it to him in the mail. He's asked 12 times. Still hasn't got it. No, they never will. Yeah, sure, but that costs more than the gun. Yeah, it's the principle of the thing. It was an old beat up 45 that he used in the service, so. Probably. Yeah, Fred had a saying. He says, I don't call 911. I call 1911. Anybody know what that means? 1911 45. Yeah. Okay, let me go through this. Whew. You go down online and you apply for a credit card. You sign the application. They send it to you in the mail with the terms and conditions. You have an opportunity, 72 hours, to review the terms and conditions and either accept or call in and activate the card. You choose to call in and activate it. You go down to the gas station, you put gas in your car, and you go buy a few more items around town. You run it up to say $500. And they send you an invoice. You got 30 days to pay the invoice. Now you've got a busy life, so you mean to pay it, but you put it up on your refrigerator under a magnet. And no one looks at the outside of a refrigerator. They look at the inside of the refrigerator because they go to it when they're hungry, right? And you meant to pay it, but you didn't. So what they did is they send you a past due notice. So this is an invoice. This is your right of refusal. Invoice, past due notice. You got 15 days to pay the payment. That's your grace period, right? The end of 15 days, you forget to pay your grace period, your payment. You know what they do right here? They cancel your card and the full $500 becomes due and payable instead of the $25 payment, for instance. Now you got 10 days to pay it off in full. Otherwise, they get a judgment. So this is judgment day. This is your opportunity to cure, right? Make it right. Pay it off in full, and then judgment day. And they get a judgment. And then they can file a lien on your property. They can file against your wages. They can do all kinds of things at that point. They have options. We use the same system against them. We get a ticket. We rescission the ticket. We got 72 hours to do that. We send it back. They send you out a letter. It says, oh, please appear. They ignore your rescission. They send you a letter that says, please appear on such and such a date. Okay, April 14th. That was one of mine. Please appear. Now you're the king. You stamp it received. You rescission that letter. Now you add an invoice and you send it back. That starts the clock. You send them an invoice. They got 30 days to pay the invoice. You put right on it, net due 30 days. On your invoice, you're the king. You invoice them for not paying attention to this. This word in the law means as if it never happened, or ab initio. They ignored it. They're trying to coerce you to come into court and pay your fine, right? So you send them an invoice. They're going to ignore your invoice. They're going to send you back another letter and say, oh, we moved your court date to May 5th. Believe that? Yeah. And you send them the next invoice and it says past due, net 15 days. Right? They ignore it. You send them another invoice. And they're not going to send you another letter back. They're just going to ignore you. You're not going to hear from them. So follow the clock. 15 days. You send them a new invoice. This new invoice is an opportunity to cure, net due 10 days, or you will head to collections or judgment. Then the end of the 10 days, you do an affidavit of your process. Miss Court Clerk, under Administrative Procedures Act of the United States Banking Code, I rescinded a document within 72 hours. I don't even tell them that. What I do is I invoiced my client, giving them 30 days to pay. They failed to pay. I sent them a 15-day past due notice, gave them 15 days to pay. They failed to pay. I gave them a 10-day opportunity to cure. That's their 3 chances. They failed to pay. Please give me a summary judgment. This is an administrative procedure. The court clerk can do it. She'll type it all up and she'll go get it to a judge, get a judge's signature. And she'll hand you a summary judgment on your process. You're not talking about what the bill was for, who it was to, nothing. Summary judgment on your process. You followed banking law. Now, all of a sudden, you have a judgment. Take that judgment. If it's a police officer that you're dealing with, you can do this with anybody, anything, any corporation. You can do it to Sprouts or some other grocery store for violating your constitutional rights of a mask. We're doing this all over Oregon right now, making money. I got 150 guys in Southern Oregon in one group making money. All over. You get a summary judgment of your process, and now just call Dun & Bradstreet. That's the credit bureau for all corporations of the world. Look up their Dun & Bradstreet number of that corporation name, put a bad mark on their credit report saying they failed to pay $10,000. It is now a lien. All you got to do is go file with the county recorder as a lien. Notice them, a notice of lien. Put it on Dun & Bradstreet. Now, they don't want their suppliers seeing that. They'll cut you a check really quick if you remove it. And give them a little letter, just one little letter. I have a lien against your company for this amount, $10,000. I have placed a lien and it is registered with Dun & Bradstreet under your Dun & Bradstreet number. Please pay the bill and I will be happy to remove that from your credit bureau. And they'll mail you a check. Most businesses will, of any size, will mail you a check. City of Phoenix Police Department, City of Tempe Police Department has a Dun & Bradstreet number. They're a private for-profit corporation. They're not government. I'm trying to teach you guys, these guys aren't government. They're perceived authority. They're de facto. They're operating under colorable law. Since governments have chosen to incorporate themselves, this is a Supreme Court case, right? Since governments have chosen to incorporate themselves, they must follow the same rules as any other corporation. The rules, codes, statutes, and ordinances are not law, they're corporate bylaws. That tells you right there, they're not government. Every corporation is registered with, this is their TransUnion Equifax. That's who it is. That's the same as TransUnion or Equifax. What if you got really good credit and I put a bad mark on your credit because you didn't pay me? What happens? You want to clean up your credit, right? How do you clean up your credit? You better start negotiating with me. Same exact principle. Does it always work? No. Maybe they don't care that they have bad marks on their credit. Maybe they go bankrupt tomorrow and reopen as another corporation, but maybe they don't. The trick is, do it often enough, You get paid. I got a friend in Texas that I taught like 7 years ago. We kept in contact for about a year while he was still learning. And then I kind of lost touch with him because I'm busy. He calls me up back in early February. He says, "What are you doing, David? You still doing those seminars? Still waking people up and helping people?" I said, "Sure. What are you doing?" He goes, "I just live life and I'm happy as heck." I says, "Well, great. You working? Where are you working at?" "Oh, I just bill our public servants like you told me. I'm making $400,000 to $500,000 a year." He got really good at it. I'm going to kick your ass. Yes, that is the most important thing you can do. Period. Status, standing. You really? What happens if you have to go back that up? Status, standing, and jurisdictions, everything. Correct your status first. Go to another county. Everything in Oregon, I record in Pima County, Arizona. I just call up Cheryl. Say, "Cheryl, I'm sending you out another set of documents. Still $30, isn't it? I'll have a postal money order in there, a return FedEx envelope in there. I'm sending it by FedEx today on Monday, and it will be there on Tuesday. Would you make sure to get it recorded on Wednesday and sent back to me on Thursday, and I have it Friday?" She says, "Sure." And I do it all the time. 3,144 counties.
Like on my documents, I don't have to report them in Arizona because I'm not from here. I'm from Nebraska, so I don't have to go back to my home county and report them.
The purpose of recording is to put them on the public record. It's called publicly publishing. You could run it for 3 weeks in the newspaper and get an affidavit from the editor that you ran it for 3 weeks in the newspaper and attach your affidavit as an exhibit, and it's the same thing. But the easiest way is just go get it recorded. I don't care if you write it in a book and publish it on Amazon. Sell it for $9.95. As long as publicly published in the public eye for a minimum of 21 days, recorders, that allows you to skip the 21-day program. See? Yeah. Banking law. All courts are banks. All judges are bankers. It's a wonderful thing. They're also postmasters, so put them under U.S. Postal Code too. All right. Land patents. How about right before I get into that? How good can I draw? Oh, well, you know, I don't look at clocks. Where's my time guy? Sure. Let's go have lunch. That's the United States, by the way. You want to redraw it? That's my quickie. Why would I even put Alaska in the United States?
That's true.
It's a United Nations nation. So is Hawaii.
I know. Well,
They're not part of the United States. Look, they're not part of the United States, and neither is Louisiana. Well, Louisiana is under Napoleonic Code. A lot of times when you're reading the law, you'll see something that says this: 47 states and Canada. And I go, what? They don't include Alaska, Hawaii, or Louisiana, but they do include Canada? Canada is subject to all the United States laws, honey. No. I know. I know. I say stuff like that. Nobody believes me. I tell them, go look it up. And he already has. So I bet you do. Okay. You know, I love you, right? You know, I love you, right? I do. Was books, flash drives, everything goes in there. Everything goes in here. Anybody need a flash drive? Yeah. Huh? No, just leave it for now. Yeah, thanks. Huh? No, you can PayPal. PayPal and I'll give you one. Just let me know you did. And I'll look. 80. 80. There's a lot of stuff on there.
You didn't recount it?
I found some of
Huh?
this.
You didn't recount it?
I heard.
What? Your money? I don't count money.
Okay, well, I hope I gave you the right amount.
I trust and stick it in my pocket. You want change, honey?
Mine is not enough tip.
Okay, thank you,
That's
sweetheart.
Of gratitude.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Goes to a good cause.
Are these ones different than the other ones?
No.
Oh, they're all the same?
These are the same.
Do you have any different ones from the other ones?
I do.
What's on the flash drives?
Huh?
What's on the flash drives?
An entire 3-day seminar, lots of audio files, a book on a treatise on false arrests and imprisonments, a whole file folder of my documents, and then another file folder with my documents more generic so that you can modify them. Want to change? 80? It's okay, not a problem.
Sir? Appreciate all your info.
Welcome. Okay, we ready? Everybody back? Got a lot to cram into you this afternoon. All right, first off, you need to understand property. You need to understand map overlays. Cartographers, the county steal your property on behalf of the state, and they use a bunch of people to do it. They use a title officer and a real estate agent and an appraiser and a county cartographer and a planner and all kinds of different people. And they get up every morning, they just go to work and they just do their job with their blinders on, and they think they're honest. And they go home just fine and go to church on Sunday and feed their family, and they think they're just not doing any wrong. There's real estate agents, there's appraisers, all kinds of people involved. But you put them together and you take the blinders off, and it's a conspiracy to defraud. It's a conspiracy to defraud. None of them knew they were doing anything wrong until they sit in one of my classes. And then they wonder how we can fix it. Because here's what happens. I had him lead the 47 states in Canada for a reason. Because they divided the United States into districts, and I am not going to do it the right way. Okay? I'm just going to show you that we're dividing the United States up. The 13th district is Canada. And it makes it part of the United States under Washington, D.C. Okay? My phone's going to ring in my pocket, so I don't want it. Okay. 12 federal districts of DC. Then they assign in each of those districts little things like zip codes, 97702, all over the 13 districts in Canada. Now, what that does is it puts you in DC. Under the federal district map overlay, you live in DC by the very consent of the use of your zip code. And you reside, like I do in Oregon, temporarily to do business, or in Arizona, temporarily to do business. You reside there as a resident. The word resident in the law means someone there temporarily to do business. And they stick you in a residential house to put you in the federal district. See, if the FBI shows up at my house in that zip code and they indict me, they're going to haul me up to Portland to the head of the 9th district courthouse, put me in the little jail there to try me in the 9th district of the District of Columbia. Nowhere on that document does it say they're trying me in Oregon. Okay? So they took the dirt, the geographical earth of the United States, and they threw a clear sheet of plastic on it and they just divided it all up. They made administrative errors. They created something de facto out of something that was real. Rather than the state of, it's a state in the union. The state's Oregon is in the union of the United States. The states of the union are in Washington, D.C. That's where their corporate charter is held. 44 Northwest Congress Avenue is where all the state corporate charters are held for every state. We can go look them up in a file drawer. That's where the state of Oregon is located and the state of Arizona is located. So they create this federal district. So now they take the map and the first overlay and they lay another clear sheet of plastic over it. And they formulate the states themselves, Maine, okay? And they designate the corporation as 2 capital letters, right? Maine is M-E, right? Yeah, that's Minnesota. Sorry, that's over here. Whatever. You're getting the point. 50 states, actually 47 in Canada. Pretty interesting how they do that. That's the 13th district. All right. So they've got a state overlay. Now they take that state overlay and they add the counties. And there's 3,144 counties. And it's the counties that steal your property on behalf of the state of. The county of Maricopa, the county of Deschutes in my case. Those counties come along with their real estate agents and their appraisers and their tax assessors and their cartographers and their wide number of people. And as a conspiracy, they create on the map overlay your property, and they take the underlying land patent, and you might own a lot this big that had an underlying land patent, and they made a whole bunch of administrative errors on that property in order to steal it. See, the United States government says all land of the United States of America shall be held in land patent and passed via grant deed and described in metes and bounds. State of Montana statute clearly states that the metes and bounds must be on a warrant to designate the correct address of the property served. You know how often the police do that? Almost never. And I beat them every time in court because they didn't put, I say, well, this warrant's illegal. They go, no, it's not. I said, yes, it is. Where's the metes and bounds property description? All property shall be held in metes and bounds as clearly stated in Montana statutes. It's not the only state where it's clearly stated. Look up your state statutes. You'll probably find it right here in Arizona. Because that's the federal law, and federal law rules. Okay, it's called the Supremacy Clause of the Constitution. So you get this whole map overlay system, and all it is men who make shit up. It's all SMU. Every bit of it is to steal your government, to steal your land, to create a profit. And that's all it is. And once you understand that that's what they're doing, a map overlay process where they make administrative errors. So let's talk about the administrative errors, okay? Because a land patent is, I want you to think of a land patent as kind of like, let's say a 20 foot by 20 foot by 20 foot high, great big chunk of concrete that not even a 700 excavator can pick up and move. It's immovable. There's not a piece of equipment big enough that can move. Okay, just think of it that way. And it's got a little tiny eye hook on it, right? Where you can attach chain and use it as an anchor. It's immovable, it's an anchor. And the first man that got that land patent, he got it from a president of the United States. All land patents are signed off by a president. Every one of them. And the whole United States is under land patents. Now there's different types of land patents. Along Utah, northern Nevada, you'll see a lot of railroad land patents. Okay. In fact, every other square mile in a checkerboard pattern on each side of the railroad for 10 miles. 10 miles of land on each side of the tracks was given to the railroads by the president under land patents. They got every other mile, square mile for 10 miles wide on each side of the tracks. And the railroads have stayed in business all these years by just selling off property. That's it. Okay. Land patents. All land patents have a number. I've seen land patent number 71, signed by John Adams. This one's land patent number 043860. Okay. So it depends on how far west you go. Actually, Oregon's got some really old land patents because that was everybody's destination. Everybody wanted to get to Oregon because Willamette Valley of Oregon is the most fertile valley in the world. Okay. That's right, the Oregon Trail. Cities like Boise, Salt Lake, Denver wouldn't even exist if people hadn't given up along the way. All right. Huh? What? I couldn't hear that word for some reason. Stat language? Why? I know I did. God, I'm not going to be able to accomplish all this in 2 days. All right. You can do that tomorrow. I'm on a plane. All right. So hold on a minute. Now they've done this all map overlays and they've made all these administrative errors and then they show it to you. They send you an invoice in the mail. It's called a property tax statement. And the property tax statement is completely nothing but errors. And you know what happens? Doesn't matter. You just write a check, acquiesce to the contract and send it back in. And you accept under tacit agreement that you don't own your property. Wasn't that cool? See, once you do a land patent, and we'll talk a little more about land patents, but once you do a land patent, there's an underlying land patent and you might own a little tiny chunk. It's called a part and parcel thereof. Now, my friend Doug, who I'm going to use, I've asked his permission to use his tax statement in these seminars. So I just constantly keep using Doug. His property is in Indiana and his property sits right there on 2 land patents. Okay. So you go up in the left-hand corner. Now, after you've done your land patent, in this book, the first 112 pages is all about patents and the laws and why they can't take it from you. And then on page 114 is the steps on how to get your land patent. These books are $50. I sell probably 25 a week. The money goes to Ron Gibson. Ron's getting old. His health is starting to fail. I don't know how much longer he's going to be around. And I sell more of his books than he does. Okay. I've known Ron for, well, since 2009. So we've been good friends. He's another fellow Oregonian. Knows more about land patents. See, he and I were putting our properties in land patent about the same time back in 2009. And I was putting 16 of my own properties into land patent, trying to save them from the banks. And a friend of mine, who I told about this, he goes, have you heard of this guy named Ron? He lives down in Southern Oregon somewhere, Grants Pass, Medford, somewhere down in there. He lives in Grants Pass. He's putting his properties in land patent and he knows a hell of a lot about it. Maybe you ought to, get together. So I drove down to Southern Oregon and met Ron for the first time, 2009. I probably put 60 or 70 properties in land patent, and my groups of people are putting properties in land patent all over this country right now. Okay? You want to learn how to make a living helping people? Learn everything there is to know about land patents, put your own property in land patent, and then help others. And people will pay about $3,000 to you to help you put their property in land patent. It's going to cost you $500-600. So let's say it costs you $500. You make $2,500 profit for all your time and effort and helping them. You get good at it, pretty soon you're doing 10 a month. This is how I teach attorneys to tear up their bar card. I tell them, start helping the people, get their property back to them. I find other ways. I know 10 different ways doing what I'm doing to teach people how to, attorneys mainly, how to make money, even ex-real estate agents, how to make money helping people, not doing what the cabal wants them to do, but actually helping the people do something of value, give them something they actually own rather than something the state owns. That's $250,000 a year profit. So if I can show attorneys how to make $250,000 a year, some of you are smart enough to do that too. And we need a lot of people out there doing it. Right. Because you ain't going to do more than 10 a month, even if when you get good. Right. Yeah, there's millions of properties out there that could be put in the land patent right now. We need hundreds of thousands of people doing it. You want to make $250,000 a month? That's one way to do it. Helping people. That's the key. Go ahead. Of course you can. Now they have an unsecured loan. Like, it overrides everything. Ken and Barbie Cromar, the IRS and the state of Utah have been trying to steal their house for several years. I put their home into land patent, and I did more than that. I got it signed off by William Barr himself. So when you go to the county records in Utah, you look at who holds the deed on his property. It's signed off by William Barr, the Department of Justice, on and on and on, right down the line. And Ken and Barbie own the property. There's a state judge still trying to keep him out of his house, keep a hold of the property. The people that bought it on the courthouse steps have been trying to sell it. They can't even sell it. No realtor will take the listing. They're going to realize here shortly, they're going to wake up one day and go, tried everything. We can't take this property from these guys. Leave them alone. And Ken and Barbie will move back in their house for the second time. Because there's nothing anyone can do. They cannot get that title out of Ken and Barbie's hands. There's no law, there's no power, there's nothing that can do that. Ken and Barbie own that house. They will always own that house. Ken and Barbie. Okay. Yeah, it is. Oh yeah, it's harassment. I had them back in their house. They were kicked out for 11 months. I did the land patent, told them to move back in. They moved back in. They were in there for months and months. And one day a SWAT team and a helicopter and 25 cars came and kicked them out of their house, brought back in dumpsters and threw everything in their house in dumpsters and hauled it away. The judge said Copper Birch Properties owns the land now. But guess what? The judge's order cannot override a land patent. So the county recorder will not record the judge's order. She can't. Her hands are tied. She'd do it if her hands weren't tied. She'd do it, but she can't. So anyway, you take, this is a one page document. You take and make full color copies into multiple pages because you're going to correct one error per page. You're going to make an exhibit. This says Exhibit A. Okay. So very first box in the upper left of the page. Start there because it's an error. Everything on here is an error. They're all administrative errors. There's no truth or fact on this document. None. The county tax assessor throws us into the mail and commits mail fraud because there's nothing on here that's true. But what do people do? They just get in the mail. They look at it, shit, I got to come up with all this money, $2,562.46 this year. Where am I going to get it? Okay, I did it. And I write a check and I send it back in. And that's what people do over and over and over again. The whole freaking thing's administrative errors. Once you put your property back in land patent, I'm telling you how to keep it. Because if you pay your property tax after you put it back in land patent, they're going to come in and take your property because you acquiesced. So, very first box, parcel number 92-10-08-108-076.000-006. Who made that shit up? You see what I mean? How outrageously stupid that is? Where's the meets and bounds description there? Okay, hold on. So you circle that. It says incorrect description. Go down to a blank spot on the page, make a circle, and say, it should read land patent number 6743 and 6747. So on Doug's property, that's 6743 and 6747, and he owns half of each or part of each, right? Exhibit A, because you're going to put it in your affidavit. It's evidence. Then you go to the next box. It says property type, real estate. Think about that for just a minute. Circle that. That's a big freaking error. Draw another circle in a blank spot on the page. Say it should read private property. The United States government says it's private property. That's how they say that's the property type. Private property. So circle it, Exhibit B. Go to the next box. They can't even get his name right. They got a Dyson, Doug. Now, if you know my friend Douglas, he hates being called Doug. And here the county is calling him Dyson, Doug. Not even his name. So he circles it. In fact, he circles it everywhere on the page, puts it to a blank spot, and says, correct the error. The name is Douglas Allen Dyson. Exhibit C. He goes to the next box. The next box says, my eyes are bad. Oh, property address, 3630 E State Road 14, Columbia City, I capital N capital, Indiana, the corporation, and the zip code. He circles it, incorrect address, goes down to a blank spot on the page, and he circles it everywhere where they put his address. And then he says, address should be care of 3630 East State Road, spelled out, 14, Columbia City, Indiana, non-domestic without the US zip exempt. That's the proper term. Non-domestic without the US zip exempt. Please correct the error, Exhibit D. Goes to the next box. It says legal description. Here's where it gets good. All property shall be described in metes and bounds. That's federal law, right there. Clear, simple, concise, right? It says lot 76 is Stable Acres subdivision. And who made that shit up? Some developer? Some developer just made that shit up. Has nothing to do with our land under our federal laws. Nothing. So he circles it. It's on here 3 places. He circled it. Goes to a blank spot and he says error, see attached lawful metes and bounds, land patent number 6743 and 6747. Now, got to get this part in here. A part and parcel thereof. You have to put that in front between your land patent number and in front of your metes and bounds, because you're not claiming your neighbor's property that is outside yours. Because you're going to claim that land patent as the underlying land patent. You don't want to claim your neighbor's property either, or that now you're created theft. So you have to have the words a part and parcel thereof if you only own one little bit. Now, what if you own a ranch and it's got a one land patent? Great, then you don't have to have the words a part and parcel thereof. It's land patent number, period. Okay, it's very important to get those words right there. I used to own 20% of a title company. When I was putting these properties of land patents, my title lawyer just about come unglued on me. I thought he was going to have a stroke. It's fun to watch. But we worked stuff out. I showed him the federal law, exactly how it's supposed to be. And I said, why the hell are you contributing to the theft of people's property on behalf of the state? I said, you're a criminal. I said, I should fire you right now. Yeah, it's fun.
Because I have wrong book. And I challenge the title company that did my transaction. We don't use land tax anymore. We use lots of subsidies.
That's right, because they want to steal your property on behalf of the state. That's what they're supposed to do. No, you got to do it yourself. All right, Exhibit E. Go to the next box. Well, this one's fun. It's all the money. So you just circle it, the whole bill. Penalties and fees, delinquent taxes, other assessments, current taxes, less advance payments, the total pay this amount. Circled, all circled. It says error. Land patents are tax exempt private property. Please correct the error. I want an invoice back that says 0.00 due. See Exhibit F. They're tax exempt. You can't tax a land patent property. No property taxes in the United States meets the Constitution. Property taxes are illegal. Well, they're unlawful. Let's say it that way. Okay. That was exhibit whatever, F. So now he goes to the next one. Now he circles all the boxes on the page. He says error, boxes. The Chicago Style Manual says anything in a box is not part of the contract. Send me an invoice without boxes. See Exhibit G. See, this is why I tell people we only have 2 jobs in life: to correct the errors our public servants make and to educate them so they don't do it again. And that's exactly what we're doing here. Now you make these exhibits of your affidavit. You do an affidavit and you send it with these and tell them to correct the errors. If they don't, you follow the 72, 30, 15, 10, and you keep sending it to them. You judgment them under your banking process, and you're forcing them to correct the errors, and then you record your judgment. Oh, guess what? Now they're having a shit fit. And then next year, they're going to try it again. They're going to send you another one next year. So you might have to do this 3 times in a row, 3 years in a row after you get your land patent done. Okay. Yes. Yes. And then they quit sending them out to you. They just take you off the roll. I haven't gotten it. I haven't gotten a property tax statement in years. I don't pay property taxes. That's right. They can't. The rule of 3. Rule of 3 is so important, and it applies in everything. Everything. The rule of 3. Okay. Land patents, page 114. Steps to your land patent. How do I remember that crap? 114. Land patent book tells you the exact steps. Now, I'm going to give you one little thing, and you can follow this book. It is extremely accurate, extremely helpful, and we've even put this book into court cases as evidence. It's a published document. It's been published for a long time. Guess what? They can't argue with it. It's a settled matter. So, huh? It's Ron Gibson wrote that book. So here's what I'm going to try and teach you right now. Okay. You got to keep an eye on her, right? Okay. So here's the land, that big block of concrete anchor that I'm telling you about. That's the land patent, the underlying land patent, the dirt, the stuff you can't pick up and move. A president of the United States gave that land patent number to a man. Now that man, when he wanted to sell it, get rid of it, pass it down to his children, whatever, he became the grantor. So let's say the first time they passed it down to their kids. Oh, they welded a link of chain onto that hook, an unbreakable link of chain. It's called a grant deed. A grant deed. And the kid became the grantee. Now, the kid got old. He decided he was going to sell it off. He sells it under grant deed. They weld another link of chain, and the kid becomes the grantor, and the new people become the grantee. And maybe they do it again. Okay. What did I do with that eraser? You can sell a land patent. I'll show you how. Because you're not selling the patent. You're selling your improvements. Land patent is everything from the dirt down. Okay. It's under the house. So here's what happens. At some point in time, that real estate agent, that appraiser, that title person, that all those people came in and they tied a string with a little bow on that link of chain. And they created what's called an abstract of title, usually a war rant. They declared war, and a war rant T is a declaration of war that you accept. And they created a warranty deed, and it could be spelled T-E-T-E-E or T-Y, doesn't matter. It's a declaration of war that you accept. Why? Because it's just different languages. Whether you're in Canada, America, the United Kingdom, they're going to change it up a little, but it's the same thing. Now, they created a warranty deed and they sold it to somebody, right? And they own this little piece. And then that got sold, and that got sold, and that got sold, and that got sold, and then here's you. And you've got this warranty deed. You go back and refile the original land patent and do an acceptance of the last grantee. So you're going to make them the grantor, and you're going to, because of fraud and swindle, the abstracts fall away and they don't exist anymore. And you're going to weld the link of chain right here that's you. And you're going to have a superior chain of title right back to the land deed. All those others, abstracts, they don't matter. I don't care if 15 people own the home between here. Maybe that was done in 1920 and here it is. You bought the property in 2020. And 20 people bought it in between. Doesn't matter. Those are all abstracts. Anything that's an abstract is a fallacy. It's void as if it never happened. Fraud voids everything as if it never happens. So all of it falls away. Doesn't matter. It's the acceptance of this last grandee. What you got to do is make that weld on that chain really strong. So the better you get at your paperwork to create that grandee, and I've done them posthumously. A posthumous grandee because these people died a long time ago. But you know what? It's because of fraud. See, the nice thing about fraud is this, is the moment it's recognized. The moment it's recognized is the nice thing about fraud. That's the day the wheel falls off the wagon and everything comes to a screeching halt. See, you could have came to me with a story 25 years ago, and I believed your story. I wanted to support you. I sent you a check every month for 25 bucks. I've been doing it for 20 years because I believe in what you were doing, what you told me. And then one day you came clean and you came to me and you said, I lied to you 25 years ago. Everything I did was fraud. Well, now you owe me every dime I've ever paid. There's no statute of limitations on fraud. You owe me everything. You got to make me whole. Okay? The day the fraud was recognized is the day everything comes to a screeching halt and nothing else moves forward until that was fixed. And this goes for court cases and filing your attorney or government issues, all kinds of things. If fraud was committed, it stops everything. The wheel falls off the wagon and you can't move forward until it's fixed, till the fraud is vitiated. So everything that was an abstract just falls away. Doesn't matter, it's gone. Oh, a real estate agent, a tax assessor, and a county appraiser, and a cartographer, and a title officer, and a bunch of other people, a developer, and well, name it, a mortgage company. They all came along and they created a bunch of administrative errors and that took away your property. Here's how it happens, because when I learned this lesson, I was pissed. Every business I had at that time, 7 businesses, were all in real estate. I owned High Desert Mortgage and Real Estate, a mortgage office and a real estate company. I owned Oregon Home Mortgage, another mortgage company. I owned Ben Title. I owned 3 real estate development companies, a construction company, and a specialty building supply company. Everything I was doing was in real estate. All at the same time. Had more than 100 employees. Here's what happened. Walk into my title office one day. I had some questions on a real estate development thing I was doing. So I wanted to go to my title people. I walked in my title company, which I owned 20% of. That's all I owned. I owned it with a bunch of other people, a little group of people. But as one of the owners, I walk in and I'm sitting there, and the person I needed to talk to was with somebody, a husband and wife, fairly young, buying their first home. And they sat there, and I watched them sign the balance of their mortgage documents. And the title officer got all done, took all the documents, set them over on the corner of her desk, and she looks at the couple and says, Mr. and Mrs. I'll use Smith. Mr. and Mrs. Smith, how would you two like to hold title? I'm thinking, why'd she ask that question, right? How would you like to hold title? And they look at each other and go, I don't know. What are our options? They had no clue. It's their first time ever buying a piece of property. Just only been married a few years. And the title officer looked at him and said, most husband and wives hold title in joint tenants in common via warranty deed. And I watched the reaction on their face. They kind of looked at each other, joint, oh, okay, well, if that's what most husband and wives do, let's do that. I mean, no real thought process or analyzation, because she baited them. She didn't give them other options, none whatsoever. She baited them into this. I was just an owner. I didn't know the process or anything, but I'm sitting there watching this go on. And she baited them into that, and they got up and they walked out, and she created this warranty deed, joint tenants in common. That's what they asked for. And I said, I think they asked you what their options were, and you led them into this. Not only did you lead them into this, but I've been a real estate guy for a long time. I've bought and sold hundreds of properties. I said, you just stole their house. And she goes, really? That's what I was trained to say. I'll look at her and go, you don't fucking think for yourself? That's what you were trained to say? Who trained you? Well, the title attorney. Oh man, I called a meeting with all the owners, and we got pissed, and we got pissed at everybody. Everybody. We fired that title attorney, and we said, this is never going to happen again. And then, of course, the housing market crash happened, and we sold the title company because no one was walking through the freaking door. We couldn't pay to keep the lights on and pay all the salaries. So anyway, that's how that story went. Literally, a compartmentalized legal idiot called a title officer, who is trained by a compartmentalized legal idiot, a title attorney, had her blinders on and didn't even think for herself to give them the options that they asked for. I was pissed. They could have had a grant deed. I doubt it. Should work there at least 12 years. You'd think they'd know. Huh? Well, that's the right option. That's the only one that doesn't steal your property. That's you. I didn't want to write YOU. That's too much work. I wrote a U. That would represent, you would represent the grantee. He would now be the grantor. Doesn't matter. They award medals, congressional medals of honor to dead soldiers posthumously. Okay, you can't help it that they died. No, they're not. They led you.
Right. So is that fraud?
Of course it is. They don't give you any options. Hell, the county recorders in some states don't even want to record a grant deed anymore unless it's written by an attorney, and they won't write them. You have to literally force it. The only way to force it, 72, 30, 15, 10 judgment day. Put them under banking laws. The only way to force the issue. Over and over and over and over again until you get it right. That's the only way to correct the errors our public servants make and to educate them so they don't do it again. They're so stupid, you got to tell them 3 times. Yeah, I put the miles on. That's why you have a receive stamp, Miss Queenie. Come sit in the Queen's chair for a minute. I'm trying to teach you to be kings and queens, right? I could be in Hawaii for 2 weeks. I come home, I open the mail. There's presentments in there that came to me 2 weeks ago. I stamp them the day the king receives them. Time, date, sign my name, stamp the king seal. Tough crap, public servants. That's when the king got it. That's why it's so important to have your received stamps. See, look really closely. You see the colors. Do you see the colors? What's black? Dead. The vessel's dead. Red is the time. Why? You're the analyst. You're going to figure this out all on your own. I'm not even going to tell you. Blue is the jurisdiction of the water, right? Until what? The king puts his purple signature on there. And then what does he do? Wait. Wait a minute. And then what does he do? No. Let me show you something. What does gold represent? Nope. The purple represents royalty. What does the gold represent? Money, real currency. What did I just do? I made it more valuable than every bit of fiat currency they got in their bank account. Signature is because you represent the office of purser aboard your vessel. You're just the officer. You don't own the ship. You're not the captain of the ship. You don't tell it where to go, what ports to go in, what. All you are is a signatory, the debtor, the one that could be held in debtor's prison. Look up Wikipedia, look up the word purser. Somebody on your
When we're
phones.
signing, we're autographed.
Look it up for me and hand it to me for a second. No, depends
When
on
we're
what
autographed,
jurisdiction you were in.
We're autographed.
Depends on what jurisdiction you're in. You got to think jurisdiction all the time, land, air, or water. Which one am I operating in at this time? Okay. Purser, an officer on a ship who keeps the accounts, especially the head steward on a passenger vessel. There's also a purser on everything. Now is this Wikipedia dictionary? Is Oxford. Well, I wanted to read the rest of it because the rest of it is very explanatory. Yeah, any of the legal dictionaries will have pretty much all of it too, but
So you are
It-
saying when you sign that is an authorized jurisdiction, you can sign it or sign it.
purple.
But are
I
you
will
signing it?
no, hold on. I am never going to act as the man in the land jurisdiction. This is what Audubon Rights wants you to be. I'm never going to act as the man in the land jurisdiction unless I'm specifically signing a title. That's it. Kick your butt. The rest of the time, you're going to act in a higher jurisdiction as a fiduciary, as the executor of the state of the vessel. You've got to understand that. Okay. Purser, the person appointed by the master of a ship or vessel whose duty it is to take care of the ship's books, in which everything on board is inserted, as well as the names of the mariners. As the articles of merchandise shipped. The Act of Congress concerning the naval establishment, passed March 30th, 1812, provides in section 6 that the pursers in the Navy of the United States shall be appointed by the President of the United States. He's appointed and he receives a commission. He's the only guy on a ship or a plane who's not paid a salary like an officer, like I was a lieutenant commander, okay? You don't get paid like the rest of the military. You get paid a commission. Just like a car salesman. Okay? And he does that with the advice and consent of the Senate, and that from and after the first day of May. No person shall act in the character of purser who shall not have been thus first nominated and appointed, except pursers on distant service who shall not remain in service after the first day of July. This gets a little even, we don't need to go through all that. Every ship has a purser, every plane, everything in transportation. A truck driver, when you look up the laws of transportation, you're going to see that a truck driver is a purser. Okay. This is the free dictionary.com. You didn't even look it up under Wikipedia.
Well, because it didn't come up. Even when I put Wikipedia in, it didn't come up.
I do it all the time on an iPhone. I do it on an iPhone. Hold on, I can't hear you. Look, the whole point is they work off commission, they can be held in debtor's service, in debtor's prison. A purser acts as the debtor. He pays the port charges, the port taxes, the bills of lading. He's responsible for the supplies of the ship, the inventory of the business of the ship of shipping. Everybody else works as a mariner, except the captain and the owner. So you have an owner, it's kind of like a trust, executor. You have a captain, a trustee. You have the mariners, the beneficiary, And the purser, he's responsible for the debts. So you hold the office of person. Look at all your state statutes. All persons shall, all persons shall not, all persons shall, all persons on and on and on. Huh? Now you know why I wanted that one? Thank you. The purser joined the warrant officer ranks of the Royal Navy in the early 14th century. The development of the warrant officer system began in 1040. Began furnishing warships to King Edward the Confessor in exchange for certain privileges. They furnished crews. So what does that mean? Privileges and benefits? You hear that all the time? Okay, you start thinking, guys, creatively, and you will see exactly how they come about all this crap. Later, these officers were warranted by the British Admiralty in Admiralty law. Pursers received no pay, but were entitled to profits made through their business activities. In the 18th century, a purser would buy his warrant for 65 pounds. You know how much money that was back then? A ton. And was required to post sureties totaling 2,100 pounds to the Admiralty. He had to put up his house. That was an average price of a house back then, 2,100 pounds. That's right. That was his bond. That's why all public servants are required to bond. You see, you understand how this, where this is going? Okay. He was in charge of all the supplies, such as food and drink, clothing, bedding, candles. The purser was originally known as the clerk of the bursar. They would usually charge the supplier a 5% commission for making a purchase. And it was recorded they charged a considerable markup when they resold the goods to the crew. The purser was not in charge of pay, but he had to track it closely since the crew had to pay for all of their supplies. And it was the purser's job to deduct those expenses from their wages. He was the tax man. The purser bought everything on credit, acting as an unofficial private merchant. In addition to his official responsibilities, it was customary for the purser to act as an official private merchant for luxuries such as tobacco and to be the crew's banker. So what does the United States Code say a person is? A banker as well. You're considered a private banker. As a result, the purser could be at risk of losing money and being thrown into debtor's prison. Conversely, the crew and officers habitually suspected the purser of making an illicit profit out of his complex dealings. It was a common practice of pursers forging pay tickets to claim wages for phantom crew members that led to the Navy's implementation of muster inspection to confirm who worked on the vessel. That's where muster came from, right? The position, though unpaid, was very sought after because of the expectation of making a reasonable profit. Although there were wealthy pursers, it was from side businesses facilitated by their ship's travels. They'd show up at another shore and they'd make side deals and load contraband and all kinds of stuff. On modern day passenger ships, a purser has evolved into a multi-person office that handles general administration, fees, charges, currency exchanges, and any other money-related needs of the passengers and crew. Yeah, but now you see where citizen, person, and resident makes such a big deal. It took me a lot of years of studying to come up with this shit that I'm teaching you. I'm telling you, if you only knew the number of books I read and the stuff I put together to come up with this. Edward Mandell House was right when he said only 1 in a million could ever figure this out.
Well, let's say someone wants to do property, real estate.
Well, let's talk a little bit about a house in Christmas Valley, Oregon. Christmas Valley, Oregon. That's what it's called, Christmas Valley. This kid, about 22 years old, a son of a friend of mine, who I helped in federal court and saved her 20 years of her life out of prison. He needed a place to live. I said, hey, I know where there's a farmhouse that's been abandoned for a long time. Right now, it's sitting on 4 years of back property taxes. If you pay the property taxes, you want to fix it up a little bit, just move in. Pay the property taxes, go move in. Well, that was 15 years ago. Now it's a beautiful house. He goes home every night. He owns the whole property. And how does he own the property? He just went and paid 4 years of property taxes. And then he paid the next 3 years because in Oregon, adverse possession law is 7 years. Some states it's 2, some states it's 10, some states it's 5. Learn your adverse possession laws because liberals run in family lines. Yeah, I was waiting for you to get it. Liberals run in family lines and they're all getting vaccinated right now, and parents are getting vaccinated, their kids are getting vaccinated, their grandkids are getting vaccinated. And there's going to be nice homes available through adverse possession as soon as they die off. Isn't that cool? Isn't that cool though? Separation of the wheat from the chaff. That's what the Bible says. Yep. Yeah, COVID-19, when you decode it in the military, it means see the sheep surrender. That's the military decoding of it. Look up the word Ovid. Ovid's Greek for sheep. See means to see. See, the sheep, 19. 19 is the military code to surrender. Grab a radio. You're on the front lines. Code 19, there's no way out. That's the word you always hear. Code 19, there's no way out. That means you're supposed to surrender. Now, in the special teams, they don't do that. They say, we're ready. Burn the bridge behind us and come what may, to the last man standing. Okay, they don't stop fighting. So, big difference between enlisted and other groups. Yeah, but COVID-19 means see the sheep surrender. And when you sign that with a purple pen and you put your gold seal on it, it's pretty dang powerful stuff. Don't start using the acceptance one until you're the king. You do, you're going to join Heather Ann Tucci and a few others, quite a few others. I called Bruce Duquette a year and a half before he did what he did and went to jail, and told him, Bruce, you keep this up, you're going to jail. And I warned him, and he kept doing it. Guess what happened? Bruce Duquette. I don't know, Ducceett. I don't know how do you spell his name. Oh, he was doing some wonderful things, like putting liens on judges' houses, and all kinds of different things. Nope. 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 You got the land patent stuff down? Okay. I'm sure you do. The land patent is in the allodial title. It's one and the same. Not even the king can take it away. That's what allodial means. Not even the king can take it away. It's everything from the dirt down. Everything from the dirt down. And yes, there is. Or if you sold off your mineral rights, you no longer own those anymore. So Texas has a little issue. Yeah, anyway. All right. Get more of my drawings, aren't you lucky? It's called dynamic communication. The ball's the communication. If the ball hits the net, it falls to the court. The object of the game is stay the hell out of those places. Stay out of the court. Never let the communication stop. You never let the ball fall to the net. And I'll tell you something. Tell you a little story about a guy in Georgia who sold to another company of Georgia his rights to his business. You got a shoulder like mine, huh? God dang it. Hurts like hell right now. Every time my hands hang, my shoulder starts to get sore and then my neck starts to hurt. Getting stretched out the wrong way. Anyway, this company, this guy, he created this product, beautiful product. And I'm not going to tell you what it is, but he sold the rights to this company in Georgia for a period to manufacture for a period of time because he couldn't afford to do it. He couldn't afford to manufacture it. And when he sold it, along with the sales, came a description of the product that he had on his website, right? He sold them all the descriptions of everything, the product, but the product was actually trademarked. So he sold them this rights to produce this product as long as he was under contract with them. They took his information, they put it all on their website. Well, he was smart enough to screenshot it, which was great. Because 2 years down the road, when that first contract ran out, they were supposed to renegotiate for a longer period of time. That was actually in the contract, that they were going to renegotiate for a longer time. And they decided that they had tweaked the product just a hair, a little bit here and a little bit there, and they wouldn't pay my buddy. Well, they changed their website. Basically took the trademarks off, changed their website, changed the verbiage and everything. So it looked like it was different than his, the verbiage. And then they kept producing the product and selling it. And this was a big company. Well, he sued them and he hired some attorneys. And he spent like $300,000 over 3 years in attorney's fees. And pretty soon he's in court and litigation and they're countersuing him. And he's a small guy, one-man shop, right? He can't afford this. He can't afford to get countersued either for $1.6 million is what they were countersuing him for. Because now they're claiming that he took the idea from them. That was their claim. The only evidence he really had was a screenshot of the website. Okay. So they put in a motion to squash that evidence. And he called us. And I said, all right, this is going to be a job for dynamic communications. We're going to look at every document they ever sent us. And we're going to take their presentment and we're going to rack it. We're going to rake that document for statements. Because people always make statements. You owe $2,141. You committed this crime. You did this. You did that. They always make statements. So you rake documents for statements. Okay. You rake the documents for statements and then you repeat. Oops, can't spell. Repeat them back. You repeat them back. Then you accept them. My dad said, always watch out for the little words. That's one of the biggest words in the law. You know that? When you accept something, if. Because what the if does is it puts the burden of proof. What am I doing? My hand is not following my brain. It's too slow. The burden of proof back on them. And they do it through a negative averment. What? I don't care how you spell it. Doesn't work for me right now. After I eat, I just get tired and I just want to lay down and rub my belly. Okay, so it doesn't matter. You get the point. You take the documents they send you, you rake them for statements, you repeat them back, you accept them if, you put the burden of proof back on them, thereby throwing the ball back, hitting the ball back to them. You get good at dynamic communications. I'm telling you, this is one of the most important things you can learn this weekend. You get good at dynamic communications, it makes your entire life better. Because then no one can out debate you. You pin them into a corner they can't get out of. What? Awesome. Yeah, awesome. Practice negative averments. Practice doing this step. And you will solve every issue. You'll make your relationships with your wife better, your kids better, your encounter with the police department better. You'll make everything better. Okay? All of it. My friend was walking down the sidewalk. He owns a little donut shop on 3rd Street. You have any donuts in town? I need a sugar high. No, I'm kidding. I shouldn't eat sugar. Anyway, yeah, it was to wake me up from the meal. Anyway, he's walking down the sidewalk. He walks to work every day at 3 a.m. And he lives on 4th Street in Bend. 3rd Street's kind of the main drag. And his donut shop's about a half a mile away. He leaves his house on 4th. He walks over to 3rd Street and he starts walking down the sidewalk and a police officer rolls up on him, rolls his passenger window down, says, "Hey, hold it right there. I want to talk to you." My friend goes, "Okay." Cop puts his flashing lights on, gets out of the car, leaves it sitting in the middle of the road, 3 o'clock in the morning. I don't think it makes a big deal. Liz is sitting in the middle of the road and comes over here and he says, "Sit down on the sidewalk right here so I can talk to you." And he's not nice about it. Well, it's cold in Bend in November. My friend doesn't want to sit down on that cold ass sidewalk. So he says, officer, I appreciate the fact that you want me to sit down here on the sidewalk, and I'll be happy to do it if you're willing to sit down there next to me and we talk it out like men. Repeated it back to him. He accepted it if. He put the burden of proof back on him with a negative averment. Well, the officer sure as hell didn't want to sit down there. He says, never mind. He says, a man matching your description robbed the 7-Eleven back on 3rd and Franklin, which is past his house, right? And he meets your description. And he goes, well, officer, I can appreciate the fact that there's probably quite a few people that meet my description. I'm 5'10", I'm brown hair, I'm brown eyes, I'm a male. There's probably lots of us. And I'll accept that fact if you can prove that I wasn't over at 4th, and I forgot the cross street he was on, Greenwood, 4th and Greenwood. If you can prove that I wasn't over at 4th and Greenwood at the time of the robbery. In other words, not on 3rd and Franklin. Well, now the officer's going, well, how am I going to prove that? You see what I'm saying? Okay. Pretty soon the officer kind of shakes that off. You're dealing with a low IQ bullet sponge, ex-Army. I'm sorry. That's what they like to hire. Guys who follow orders. And anyway. Navy, Army, and Air Force and Marines, we all give each other crap. Okay. Army guys are just low IQ bullet sponges. Anyway, threw myself off. Anyway, you see my point. He just goes one negative averment after another until the cop gets in his car and drives away and leaves him alone. He goes home. It's that simple. Well, on the sale of the products with the other company, I just started communicating with the corporate attorney. And I took the documents that he had that he'd already gotten over the last 2 years in the mail, and I raked each document for statements, repeated them back to the corporate attorney, put a negative averment on it, a burden of proof on it. And by the time it was done, the company re-signed another contract with my friend and put a down payment of 1.7 million. He was going to lose his business. He was going to lose everything, and he felt like they were losing in court. Plus, his attorneys wanted to quit because he couldn't afford to pay him anymore. He spent his wad, $300,000, mortgaged his house, actually. This will save you. Get good at it. Practice in front of the mirror. Practice with your wife. I'm telling you, you work really hard. You come home from work. You've been working 12 hours. You stink. You sweat, and you come home. She's all dressed up, all beautiful, and she wants to go out to dinner, right? And she goes, honey, I'd really like to go out to dinner tonight. I just didn't feel like fixing anything. And you say, man, honey, you look beautiful. I can really appreciate the fact that you really want to go out to dinner tonight, and I'm willing to accept that fact if you can prove that I haven't been sweating my ass off for 12 hours and I need a shower worse than any man on earth. Well, then she's understanding. It makes your whole relationship better. You see what I mean? Get good at practicing this form of communication, and you'll get things done. Try it. She's over here thinking, how am I going to use that on my husband? I can see it, right? Her gears are turning. This is one of the most important things you can learn over the weekend, and that's why I'm telling you at the very end, okay? Near the very end. because it is so incredibly important. Write it down, learn it, just like I've kept this up for a long time. Hold on a minute. All right. I'm not here to teach students. I am, but I'm here to teach teachers. I want you to teach everybody around you. We need hundreds of people learning this, thousands of people learning this as fast as we possibly can all over the United States. It is happening, but we need it faster. There's 337 million people in the US. Okay. If we got 1 million, if we have 1 million state nationals, which we don't quite have yet, if we had 1 million state nationals, that's 337 apiece that they need to teach. Okay. No, 12 years ago, the State Department said there was 40,000. And I did a FOIA request for a breakdown of ages and occupations. And I found out most of the judges and lawyers and politicians in this country were the state nationals and not many others. I love your reaction. Okay. Last year, it was about 400,000. This year, we're doing more than, I don't know, just Bobby's groups doing like 1,000 a month. Okay, so it's going up. I have no idea what it is right now. I don't talk to Blinken. Pompeo, I could call on the phone. I can't talk to Blinken. I don't want to talk to Blinken. I don't even want to think that he's there. So I'd rather not. All right. Out of everything I've gone over, and I'm keeping my eye on that land patent book. I don't, but I can get them to you. All you got to do is PayPal me $50 and I'll have Ron Gibson mail them out to you right away. I need one for next weekend unless I get a chance to go to see Ron, but on Wednesday, I actually fly out on Wednesday. I get home on Monday. I fly out on Wednesday. Next weekend is in Pennsylvania at Gettysburg.
Now, online, the only one I can find Florida at the end of the month.
Yes, it's postponed. That's now Macon, Missouri. Took the place of that one. Sarasota is going to come later, and first weekend September, I think. Second week, the 10th of September. I do. There's 350 or 450 people signed up next weekend at the minimum. So it's going to be a 2-day. It's a 2-day. I have something very important I got to do the day before. But no, I can't tell you. I already told you I fly into DC and then I got to drive to. So, okay. So, questions, all kinds of stuff.
So Ron Gibson, 8%.
No, we really don't disagree on the land patents. What we disagree on is how strong you make that link in the chain and what you do after the fact. See, most people, Ron teaches them to put their property and land patent and all's great and wonderful. And then the county sends them out a tax statement and they reacquiesce. That's the reason properties that Ron has put in the land patent, some have been taken by the county. You acquiesce to the contract after the fact, you've signed a whole new deal. Right. So you start all over again. All of the properties that I put into land patent, none, zero have been taken back. Because I teach people to correct the errors the public servants make and to educate them so they don't do it again. And I teach them through banking law how to do that. Okay, very important. I want to keep you out of jail. I want to keep you in your homes. I want to keep you in your cars.
So when you say take some of the ones he's done, taken away,
Long after the fact, yeah.
does that mean that they owe the taxes way back or they?
Well, they're gonna kick them out and take it for not paying taxes, because once you put your property and land patent, you now have the mindset, I don't have to pay any taxes. And you don't, as long as you keep it there. But then they send you the bill and you throw it away because this guys just won't listen. And instead of correcting it and sending it back and following banking law, you don't do the work. If this was easy, everybody would be doing it, right? It's not an easy thing. You got to keep it up. Freedom, you got to fight for. Yeah. Yeah, you got to correct it. You got to keep correcting it. And then you got to record the judgment that you've done so. Yeah. Eventually they figure it out, they get the picture and it's all done. Right. What's that?
Hold on, when.
Yeah, use the mic for the benefit of the recording.
On sending out property
No,
taxes.
there isn't.
They'll continue to do it, and as long as they think they're gonna get something out of it.
Right. All we can do is be the best quarterback we can be. Throw the football down the field, perfect spiral, hit the right spot. You don't have a crystal ball. You don't know who's going to get it, how much education they have, which way they're going to run. You may have to go into their office and teach them, or maybe invite them to a
Alls I
David
was
Straight
getting at,
seminar.
There's no guarantee that,
Okay.
that after the third time, you can throw that
Yeah.
paperwork away.
I
You still gotta
love
fight the
showing up
battle.
at my seminars when there's attorneys, judges, and others in the room. I win them over by the end of a weekend. Okay. I'm very confident in what I teach.
So when you write something in blue, you're the executor of your, I guess what you just.
When you write in blue,
Yeah.
you're the signatory officer of the jurisdiction of admiralty.
Okay,
Blue
so-
is water.
Right. So in purple, you'd be the executor, correct?
Yep.
Okay. So then my other question is
Sitting
when
in the
you,
king's chair right now.
right. So when you get the state national passport, and I read on the Copper Moonstills, it says when you get an unsecured debt, they cannot go after you.
That's right.
So let's say someone gets a state national passport, could they just pull as much as they want or?
State national can't be held as the debtor because he's the creditor.
Right. So he could just go and get like, let's say 100,000 and.
Why would you do that?
I don't know.
That's being dishonest.
True.
When you become the king,
Mhm.
just do it all through invoice, do an acceptance, have it paid for. Access your trust. But you have to go through the process to be the king. And it's a long process. I can't teach it to you in one weekend. It's going to take some study on your part, some follow-up. Pretty well. It still needs work. It's a work in progress.
You mentioned yesterday about paying off your mortgage with a silver dollar. Could you go into that a little bit?
Call Bonnie down in Clearborn, Texas, and ask her how she paid off her house. She did it with a silver quarter, by the way. Cheap woman. Man, with a quarter, a Texas silver quarter. You ever seen one?
So we got a couple online questions, David. If one pursues a status correction and becomes a state national, do they lose their benefits, for example, Social Security, healthcare, et cetera?
No. Social Security is a private annuity contract. You do not have to lose your benefits. You need to claim your estate. Now you own the funds in your Social Security, because what Congress did is stole all the Social Security funds and added them to the general fund. There used to be a separate trust account for it. And Congress stole all the money in the Social Security account. Yeah.
So we got another one. I'm applying for a federal trademark and the examiner wants to know my nationality and wants supporting documentation. What is the best way to address this, please?
Your affidavit of repudiation is Secretary of State, and it declares your status on the last page. Sure.
Secretary of State, do you have to go to a specific one? Or can it be the one in your state? Like, do I have to go to Denver or something?
United States, Secretary of State of the United States.
Right.
We do everything federally and then hold your states accountable.
So when changing my status and doing a Form 56 and the other, what should I do about an LLC I formed and is active? Since LLC income flows to personal, should I just change its designation? So I think they're talking about pass-through taxation.
That's what an LLC is, it's pass-through taxation. Well, I'd turn your LLC into a PMA is what I do. I'd turn the LLC into a PMA.
So I have a property that I own, but I have it in an LLC that's free and clear. I want to do the land patent on. Does it have to go to my name? Is that the best way to
It
do it?
does.
It has to be
go
in
to the
it.
man first and then put it in trust. No, the property. The property.
The property goes to
He
the
said
man
he has a
first.
piece of property in an LLC.
Oh, in an
If he
LLC.
wants to put his property in land patent, it has to go to the man.
Okay,
Man has to be the grantee. I erased it already. Has to go to the grantee. That has to be a man. Then you can take and put your grant deed in trust.
So LLC, you mentioned that we want to have an LLC.
Only to protect your family.
Right.
And
So
not necessarily an LLC. I'd rather you have a corporation,
like a C Corp or S Corp or something like that.
C Corp.
Okay. Awesome. So I have multiple LLCs. I did do the incorrect documentation, and so I'm not sure even where I'm at. I filed a bunch of documents and rescinded all this stuff, or at least I thought I did. Anyway, so I'm not really sure where I'm at with that, but would I kind of just dissolve all those LLCs? Do I need to dissolve them? Do I have to go and actually pay all the fees to dissolve these LLCs, et cetera, et cetera?
Well, in Oregon, it doesn't cost you anything to dissolve. You just go online with the Secretary of State's office and you dissolve it.
Yeah, that's going to be true for pretty much any state corporation. It does not cost anything to dissolve a corporation unless you owe fees. And that's going to be particular in Nevada and so in Delaware. So Delaware, you're going to pay, they pay you pay an annual LLC fee in Delaware. It's $325 billed on June 1st of every year. Yeah. So to dissolve those, as long as you don't have any past due balance, you just have to just dissolve it. So it's a letter of dissolution.
Like I said yesterday, if I want to make money in business, I'm going to do it through a PMA. If I want to protect my family and my assets in the jurisdiction of the water, I'm going to set up a company. I'm going to patent or trademark everything. I've gotten children back to fathers, single fathers, where the mother was, let's just be nice and call her a hooker and a drug addict. And I've gotten the kids back to the father first because it was the right thing to do. By doing 2 DNA sequencing tests, one on the father, one on the child, and then patent the blueprint of the DNA sequencing as a uniquely created biological property under the father. And now the child's
Patent
patent.
office.
Now we protect the child through contract, just like Michael Jordan, like the example I said
Mhm.
yesterday about Michael Jordan. You can use a patent, a trademark, copyrights, you can do all of that, but you gotta have two
Oh, it has
things.
to put your-
You have to
Yeah,
have
yeah.
a
then you-
business in good standing. Well, I'm gonna say three things. To have a business in good standing. That means registered with the Secretary of State, got an EIN number, it's got a bank account. It's got to have the intent to make a profit and a product for sale. That's it.
Mhm.
That's all it has to have. So you get 6 different colored t-shirts, have a screen printer, print your kids' all caps name on it, the vessels, because that's what they're after. Put the little TM after it. Take a picture of them, put them on a website for sale, $20.95 each. Hopefully grandma buys some, because nobody else will buy one with your kid's name on it.
Mhm.
Unless his name
Over
is Michael
20.
Jordan,
Mhm.
right? And then put the kid under contract to the corporation that you just formed, ABC Inc. or whatever you want to call it, doesn't matter. Put that logo right above the pocket on the t-shirt, their name's on the back. Right? Now that kid's protected in the jurisdiction of admiralty under the United States Code, where no judge can interfere in the obligation of contracts, nor can he do anything but regulate business. He can't interfere in it.
So my question is, this is obviously to protect minor family, but can a minor who's not of age be contracted?
Sure. Here's how you do it. You put the minor in trust. So you have to take dominion over your jurisdictions. The minor's in trust. You're the executor of the trust. You can contract them. It's for their future. Pay them a percentage of the profits in the contract. It's done. You're acting on behalf of the minor. You're the mama.
You're contracting with the trust,
Right.
not with the minor.
That's right.
Okay.
Sorry. So we have a bit of a CPS situation right now. My brother is like messed up, right? Anyway, my mom has his youngest son right now. CPS is allowing her to keep him for the moment, but it's still my brother's son, but he's on methamphetamines, you know, the shit. So
Tell them to knock that shit off. The minute you have a kid, drugs stop.
yeah, he's got, it's bad.
Period.
It's a bad, yeah, it's a bad situation. Anyway, so can she do anything? She has possession right now, and CPS is okay with that, but she's also older. So they're trying to find a way to kind of take him away. Is there anything we can do or is it?
Because of her age?
Yeah, because of her age. Yeah. Mhm,
Does
because
she
they're
have
saying,
help?
what's that?
Does she have help?
No, she's fine. She works and all that. Everything's fine,
Okay.
but they're, you know, what they're doing right now. right?
Well,
They're
I see
circling
what they're doing,
wagons.
but they're not allowed to do that. So
Yeah.
tell them to knock it off. Tell them to get the hell out, truck off on down the road and find somebody else who will bend over.
Yeah.
Okay. You hold on to kids tight and you put a bullet in their forehead if you have to. They're your family.
We haven't had a turn yet. How do you tell
Protect your
them?
goddamn families.
How do you tell them? What do they understand?
Watch me talk to a cop, see.
So it's a face-to-face, tell them.
You damn rights it is, and they know I'm serious.
Is it a slide
act
that
like prey,
papers
you're
through
gonna
the
be
door
prey.
thing?
You act
Okay.
like a lion, they're gonna leave you the hell alone.
Okay.
I'll tell you what happened in Southern Oregon. We had 150 people in the class. We're sitting there, I'm up front talking. This guy comes in the side door. He had been in the class, he took a break and he walked down the corner to get a cup of coffee. And he walked into a coffee shop without a mask. And he got in a conflict with one of the other liberal Karens that was in the coffee shop. And she called the cops. So he asked the cops if they would wait just a minute. He'd be right back. And he promised them he'd be back. He walked into the classroom. We all walked out down the middle of the street. I walked over to the crosswalk. The cops are across the street, another side street. There's one this way, one this way. Coffee shop's right there. Cops are sitting over there. The lights are on in their vehicle. The two cops are standing in front of their vehicle. Those cops' eyes are getting bigger as we're getting closer because there's a lot of people walking and I'm in front. And I walk over the sidewalk and I put the brakes on. I made them come to me. Game one, right there. Game one. Come to me. I said, what are you doing? It's the first thing I said. What are you doing? There are no laws, and I teach the law. I said, there are no laws that say anyone has to wear a mask and no governor can mandate it. None. A governor is an administrative branch. There's a judicial branch and there's a legislative branch. And the legislative branch makes the law, the judicial branch enforces the law, and the administrative branch talks to her agencies. She can't tell we the people to do anything. Go tell her that. Yes, sir. And they left.
We got a couple more online
The
questions.
only difference is the presence, the knowledge, the guts. Do it. They have no idea I could have taken both out unarmed. Okay, they had no idea. I don't care about your policies. The minute you open the door to the public, you became a public accommodation. You cannot discriminate against anyone. I don't care. Well, Veterans Hospital. Now it's property of the United States government. Military. Now you're under the UCMJ. You're not under anything else. Yeah.
My cousin lost her daughter in Portland, Oregon to CPS because a little boy in her class told her to go home and take naked pictures of herself. And she was missing for 6 years.
Did she do it?
We don't know. She was staying with my grandmother and then
So they took the
some
girl
random,
away because a boy told her to take naked picture of herself and you don't even know if she did it.
no,
Did she do anything wrong?
no.
Besides overhear a boy say that? Boys are gonna say that. Tell you right now. Okay? They're gonna say that.
So we have, how do I sign up for next weekend? It's not on the schedule.
You have to contact Bobby Lawrence.
Bobby Lawrence?
Yeah,
And
go to Telegram. Bobby Lawrence, what was it? Bobby Lawrence, 1776 or something?
Bobby Lawrence, 1776 on Telegram. So when is a seminar in Missouri?
Weekend after?
The weekend after, so 2 weeks out. And what do you think of sovereigntyinternational.org and Glenn Fearing's administrative process?
He doesn't follow banking law. Nothing wrong with administrative processes, but they seldom have any enforcement. Banking law has enforcement. Because they're there to protect the what? Banks. That's right.
This is Mike Benton. Could you use your trust for your plane and or your trafficking organization?
No,
No,
no.
so you can't use a trust.
If
for
you
a plane?
try accessing your trust for much more than just basic needs, go join Heather Antucci. Because the treasury will come down on you for misuse of a trust. You have a fiduciary responsibility with a trust. Go start buying unnecessary things and go to jail. It's used to pay your utility bills, your house, your car, your basic needs. Use it. Huh? Not an island, not a mansion, not a Learjet, not a $500,000 motorhome. Right.
So like, I don't know, maybe if I'm a multimillionaire, you know what I mean? Like, to me, a jet is not that extra. I'm just wondering, is it color or is it written down somewhere where this, just being pedantic, I guess?
Yeah, it
If
was,
you're Hillary.
it, no, she got it. Never mind. All that. No. No, people like that, it ought to be taken from them and used for something good. Right? All right. The whole thing about being a state national is this: to be righteous, to be responsible, to be self-governed. It's a state of mind. It's a state of being. It's a state of life. And I'll tell you what, if the government doesn't judge you, that God will. You misuse stuff,
Mhm,
God will be the judge.
mhm.
And you're not going to be happy for the rest of eternity.
And
That's
as
the way I
far
look at
as diction, state national, state or American national, state citizen, what are the variety of diction that all are the same king and queen of all the dominions of jurisdictions?
Let's make that a little less. It's the only status with limited diplomatic immunity. 8, section 1101, A 21. 23 also applies, but I don't like to use it at all. That's a state national. You can be a US citizen, a US national, US national, you can be a state citizen. You know what a state citizen is? It's a state national who gets up in the morning and at 9 o'clock he goes to work in a public servant's job. And while he's in his office from 9 to 5, he's a state citizen. And when he gets out at 5 and he walks into the private, out of the public, he's a state national. State nationals can walk back and forth between being a free man and being a citizen working for other state nationals. All the way. Right. He was a New Yorker. A New Yorker. What do you call him? New York? Do you call them New Yorkers or New Yorkans? Okay, whatever.
On
I always liked Wisconsinites.
David, back to the land patents.
You're living in a foreign country.
So actually there's,
No, they are nationals. There's US nationals. If you live in Guam, Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands, you're a US national. No, you're a US national. If you live in Guam, Puerto Rico, Virgin Islands, and Mariana Islands, and I don't know,
Hold on.
a federal territory. Oh. Go ahead.
Back to the land patents. So the BLM offers a certified copy of the patent. Is that
You're gonna want
sufficient?
4 of them.
I understand that, but is that sufficient or do I need to go in? Because they do it online and they'll mail it to you.
Right.
So that copy is all I need, them 4 copies of that one.
You need that, and you need your chain of title.
Right. And I have that whole list. I'm just
And you
clarifying
have to
that.
decide which was the last grant deed. And then you have to decide what's warranty deeds, because all these go away. You're going to tie yourself to that last grant deed. And it may be going back 100, you could go back 100 years. I've seen the grant deeds clear into the 1980s, but most of them quit around the 1920s, way back. Some of them in the 60s. I've seen them in the 40s, whatever. But I've I've seen land patented property that's been in the same family and is still in the same family. And there is no grantees or grantors because there's never been one. The land patent holder just inherited down through a trust, passed the property down, and they hold the patent through
Mhm.
trust.
So I was accessing the website, which I really like, last night. And in order to become a member, you have to have taken a seminar, which is fabulous. And then you have to answer questions. And I'm probably not an A student in the class, so I got stumped by one of the questions. So I wanted to ask you.
You're the queen.
It said, ask to define what is an American state national, and I didn't like any of the options.
What defines?
What is an American state national? And it said like, a citizen of the United States or.
Okay, the
and
definition of American
one of
state
them's-
national is one who owes their allegiance to the state, and it's a lowercase state.
And the part I was concerned about, it says permanent. And for instance, I
Their
was,
permanent allegiance to the state.
but I was born in California and now my allegiance is to Alaska. Is
Great.
that, but it's not permanent then?
You don't live in a state. You just think Alaska is a
Well,
state. 'cause
okay,
it
let's
kinda has that
pretend, let's
word
pretend like I live in,
connotation.
let's take Alaska out of the
Alaska
picture.
doesn't have a de jure statehood.
Well,
No.
it has been filed by nationals and it has been cured supposedly back in March.
Really? By Anna?
No,
Okay,
by Destry.
we'll see.
Yeah, with the Drill
Go
Assembly.
ask.
But if I
wait,
were, if I were born in
on.
California, okay, go ahead.
Go ask Blinken if that's recognized.
Blinken,
Well, yeah, he's the new Secretary of State of the United States
Oh.
under Biden.
I'm sure he's going to tell me.
Go ask him if that's recognized. If he says it's recognized, so that the United States, who has all the guns and tanks and missiles in the world, the guns, let's call them the guns. You always got to look at who has the guns, right? And who will protect you in a foreign land. Okay? If you have a United States passport of any status, the United States military will protect, and our State Department will protect you in a foreign land. Huh? Right. But here's what I'm trying to say.
Mhm.
If they won't issue that passport in Alaska for a state national
Mhm.
with a US passport so that the military stands behind it, because the military's been running this country since the Lieber Code. Okay? Since Lincoln. The military runs the nation, not the administrative branch.
Mhm.
The commander in chief is above the president. Understand that.
Mm.
So if the guys with guns, the military recognizes the passport, so you have your 19 essential governmental services protected, then that's fine. But if they can't answer that question, then they don't exist.
Then in that case, for people who consider themselves Alaskans, we would fall under people who are DC. We would be
No,
US
what we
nationals.
need to do, hun, is we need to boot the United Nations the hell out of the system. Because after December 7th, 1945,
Mhm.
any state that came in after that, which is there's Alaska and Hawaii, are UN nations.
So
They're
then I
under
should,
UN treaty.
then I need to declare my allegiance to my state of residence to become a national, which is California, which is a little painful, but.
California is a beautiful state. You kick
It
Pelosi and Feinstein out,
All right.
Boxer and Newsom.
So in my paperwork.
See, I don't believe in running from trouble. Let's just go kick them out. Yeah, they are. Yeah, Maxine. God, California has a history of putting into office some of the worst women on the face of the planet. And Gavin's a girl too, so. What's that? That's all right. He's down at the spa. It's okay.
So David, with Anna Von Wright's, what's the whole shebang about that? Because
I like people to stand up. I don't like to disparage anybody who's standing. She wakes a lot of people up. She can only get them part way, but at least she got them off their butts.
right.
Okay. That's how I look at things. I look at things a little differently than some. I look at things on a scale. And there's 100% king and free and sovereign as a true American state national, which you cannot do until you've declared your status and got your passport accordingly. You can't do it until you've claimed your estate. You can't do it until you've got a trust and taken dominion over your jurisdictions. You can't get there. Then you're a citizen. Normally I write 100% citizen down there. I'll stick with 0. That will look good. And she can get you part of the way. She can get you with her deed of reconveyance and with her baby deeds and stuff like that. She can get you onto the land. Well, she wants you out of the water, but she can't help you through it. So you're drowning. And you're sure is not going to get into the jurisdiction of the air where you've got superior fiduciary responsibilities. She ain't going to get you there. There's no way she can get you there. Do I like Anna? Yeah, I've known her for 25 years. I like her. She's good at history. Learn it. Learn it from her. Learn what you can from her and then move on to the next level. But if she can only get you to the 5th grade, and then you're going to start getting in trouble because she's going to get into this banking thing. She's going to get in the license plates and the fake IDs and shit that aren't recognized by anyone anywhere. And she'll run like hell when you get in trouble with the law because she doesn't know how to deal with it. And that's a sad thing. But she got you that far. And that's what she's doing with her people. Even the Bible says, there will be people with good, well-meaning intentions who will lead people astray. Is she leading people astray? Only because she can't seem to accept dominion over the jurisdictions. There's really 4 jurisdictions. It's God's laws, nature's laws. It's land, air, water, and space. And believe me, we're coming into the space jurisdiction very quickly, where it's going to be above the air. Okay? It's going to be through thought and energy and dimension and communication.
For people that were naturalized, how does that process work for them?
It depends on how long they've been naturalized.
Pretty much all my life, 1 year. 1 year I wasn't.
Okay. That was young.
Yeah, very young.
Very young. Where do you call home?
Arizona now. It was Indiana.
Okay. Good move.
Yeah, no Pence's gone.
How long you been here?
30 years.
Perfect. Perfect. "7 years is common law. You have the unalienable right of self-determination to choose where you want to live. You're free. You're independent. You are an inhabitant of Arizona. You've chosen that. Let them know.
So on
It's not
the
up to them. It's
on
up
you-
to you.
on your document, the first paragraph it has in there native born, just put in inhabitant instead.
That's right.
Okay.
Just put in inhabitant. You have the inalienable right to choose. Now you're going to do this to the Secretary of State. You're going to send her a notice. I state your name, claim that I, as a good member of society of the land of Arizona, do state that I have chosen to inhabit this land and have for more than 7 years. You don't even have to put 30. And have for more than 7 years. So I hereby declare that I am an Arizonan. Please recognize me as such. Do an affidavit format, get it notarized, serve the Secretary of State of the state of Arizona. Do it through banking law if you have to. If they, at some point in time, they may send you a letter back. They've done that a couple of times already that I know of. And they've sent back a letter of recognition. Great, you can stop the process right there. But if they haven't, follow banking law, judgment them. Judgment day. Judgment them, go get it recorded. Then walk back into her office with the recorded document. His or her office. I don't know if it's a man or a woman right now. Walk back in, ask for it to be recognized and apostilled. It's supposed to be. It's supposed to be. It's one that recognizes common law marriages and all kinds of things. Okay. Go ahead. Oh, wait, we have mics to pass around.
My husband has sent his UCC one in to Katie Hobbs, the Secretary of Arizona, Secretary of State of Arizona, and she has sent it back 3 or 4 times now saying she doesn't see any reason
She's right.
to be
He's
in
wrong.
commerce. Okay.
She's right. He's wrong. Stop using UCC.
Okay.
UCC is short for UN. It's the
Thank
Uniform
you.
Commercial Code of the United Nations. One World Government's Law, UCC. That's what Bill Clinton did to you when he took out a UCC 1 on all men and women with arms and legs for 14 quadrillion, $300 trillion of all the men and women of Canada, the United States, and Mexico to build a water project in which he spent a few $100 million and made a great video. Nothing else happened out of that, and we're kind of wondering if that some of that money wasn't used to fund Evergreen Corporation. Okay. He just borrowed out of people's trust. It's supposed to be a 3-nation project. Where'd it go? Was it ever taken? All of it? Was part of it taken? How much of the loan was taken? We don't know anything. There's no full and honest disclosure. I haven't been able to figure it out. I've tried. I saw the video. It was cute. I liked it. Great project. You can pull it off. Brought water from the Yukon and from the glaciers of northern Canada down through Canada, the dry arid areas of Alberta and stuff, and it dumped it into the drier areas of eastern Washington through Montana and right down on through, and made beautiful fields out of the Arizona desert and right down into Mexico, and some flowed into the Gulf of California and some flowed down Mexico, clear down past Guadalupe and into the Gulf, and some flowed down and watered New Mexico and eastern Texas and into the Gulf of Mexico. And there was beautiful animal overpasses and highways that went over the top. And in some parts of Idaho through the mountains, there was underground, siphons and all kinds of stuff. The engineering on it must have been, oh my God, a massive amount of money all in itself. And I saw the video. So You gotta learn to read my shorthand. What about it? Oh. Right, right. All right, any other questions? Online or otherwise? This is your chance, guys. How you feeling brain-wise? Fried, dead, done, go home. She's gonna chase me down until I answer all her questions, I'm sure. Hospital bills? Did they overcharge you or did you get what you paid for? Phoenix Children's Hospital? Well, that's probably owned by Phoenix Children's Hospital. So is Tucson. So is, I mean, Phoenix Children's Hospital system is large. ICU. Yeah.
30 minutes later, they come, they're like, hey, you gotta come down. I whatever, so I went down there. There's something going on, all this chaos. Anyway, 6 days later, they release us, and as they're letting us go, they tell us that they're the reason that she was there that whole time, they put her on the wrong tour. So we actually healthy, but they have protocol, right, that they have to do. They went down anyway, she was supposed to be put on saline fluid, put her on sugar fluid. Spiked the blood sugar, almost killed her. So then she was there for another 5 days. It was this whole process. So we didn't find out she was gone. I really didn't care. I just wanted my family out because I really felt like we were failed. I really, it was.
You are. Under Obamacare, it destroyed the medical was already bad enough before that, but it pretty much finished it off. We have this thing now called medical kidnapping. Okay, and Arizona's bad at it. They steal lots of kids in Arizona, lots of them. Under Obamacare, any traffickers can open up a company, corporation in Bellevue, Washington, and through the medical tracking, they can track a child born anywhere in the world. Let's talk about this for just a quick sec. An attorney out of Poughkeepsie, New York, also has offices in Bellevue, Colorado, or Bellevue, Washington. He's got what we call it the pedo mall. Whole bunch of businesses, from trucking companies to dental offices to child schools to all kinds of things. And he started all those businesses. He also started child pornography business and lodging companies and entertainment business. I can take you online to websites where you can order your corporate party and order the fruit of your choice right off the menu. Any city in the world, they'll handle it. They'll handle the logistics. And he started all those corporations. One of them, owned by Nugent family, Orientals, is a medical tracking and tracing company. Under Obamacare's coding system, everybody's medical records, there's no doctor-patient confidentiality anymore, and you better not tell your psychologist a damn thing, nor your doctor. You don't volunteer any information, you don't say a damn word, because he writes it in his notes, he hands it to the medical coding person in his office. She types in 5-digit codes, and red flags come up at various agencies across the country, including CPS, the court system, ATF, lots of them. All those records are held on 2 supercomputers at the University of Texas at Austin, underground. All the records. Every country in the world that's a United Nations country adopted that tracking system. Approximately 6 billion people's medical records are stored down there. Now, a young woman gets pregnant, she walks into her gynecologist. She finds out she's pregnant. It goes into that computer. Every time she goes to the doctor to check up on that pregnancy, it's in that computer. It knows whether she's married or not. It's in the computer and it tracks her pregnancy. Let's just say, run some scenarios. First, she has an abortion, goes to an abortion clinic. They know exactly where to go buy the baby parts. And they might like her blood type, her DNA, everything. No, let's say she doesn't. Let's say she has the baby. She has a baby and it's a beautiful little blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy. Let's say that. They know that. Right from the birth records, from what the doctors put in the notes, what the coding was. They know what their ethnicity is. They know what their DNA is, what their blood type is. They know everything there is to know about you, including your address and where you live, what your phone numbers are. They know everything. They know who your relatives are, who you put down for an emergency contact, okay? What their phone numbers are. There's nothing they don't know. Now, let's just say she was married. 3 years into the life of the child, they get a divorce. Now she's a single mom with a 3-year-old blue-haired, blonde-eyed boy. She has custody. They know whether she has custody or whether she doesn't. They get an order for a 5-year-old blue-eyed, blonde-haired boy. They can track that. No one to put in an anonymous report. No one CPS is going to show up at the school. Takes the kid, runs the parent through various services for 18 to 24 months. They terminate the parental rights. They move from one adoption home to the next, to the next, to the next, and the guardian ad litem handles that, an attorney. And the guardian ad litem one day goes over the adoption, or I don't mean adoption. I'm really tired. The foster home and says, we're going to move the child. And their records disappear out of the state system. I get the records from all 50 states every month. In Arizona, 55 to 60 children a month go missing out of the state system. The parents have lost track of them because they've been moved so often. Plus, they've got an order that they can't follow their kids around, that they can't know where they live, that they can't know where they go to school. You see where I'm headed? And those kids disappear. 55 to 60 a month in this state, 55 to 60 a month in another. Couple hundred in New York, Florida, California, 20 in Ohio, 45 in Colorado. Start adding it up. Doesn't even count those. And we wonder why 2,148 children a month are taken, a day are taken from their parents. 800,000 a year. 2,148 a day are taken from their parents. Just like that. Not all like that, but that's just one of the numbers. So.
I think we got one more online question, David. If you commit a victimless crime and correct your status after, are you still able to have the judge act like it never happened? Dismiss a case in a state case?
Prove fraud and jurisdiction. Fraud and jurisdiction are your key to things without a statute of limitations. Prove that there was fraud and jurisdiction issues. You can challenge jurisdiction at any time. A guy 20 years into a life sentence can challenge jurisdiction and win and walk out of prison.
On the land patent, when you correct the errors, the administrative errors, and you send in the affidavit format that you went over, do you charge them for failure to execute each time you do it?
Never tried it.
My-
Probably could,
I'm thinking, why is that different from a police officer not?
but it's really
performing?
not.
Okay, so
They're
just,
all committing capital felony treason against we the people. Once your status is corrected.
Breach.
Sure,
Okay.
there you go.
So in other words, then you have teeth
Yeah.
in however many times that it gets done. You can end it because they get tired of paying.
Right.
Got it. Thank you.
18 USC, I think it's 1341 or 1342 is a falsification of records, fictitious usage of language. If you've corrected the record and they change it, they breached their oath of office.
That's what they're doing every single day, hoping you'll acquiesce, or they'll get your tacit agreement, or you'll just pay the bill, or on and on and on. That's all they're doing constantly, acting and pretending to be government. And they're not. Why are you dealing with them? Be free and quit dealing with them. And then if you deal with them and they harm you, bill them. This is really not that difficult of a process. You guys, it's brand new for most of you. You got to think about it. You got to learn. You got to get a little creative. Teach you to be not a memorizer, but a creator. You got to think as a creator, as an executor.
David, we're going
Not
to
a
take one
regurgitator.
last on one line question. We have a CPS case that Michael Cadena helped us with and filled a jury trial of our peers that states $5,000 a day until her child is returned. She was in CPS custody for 17 months. Currently, we have our daughter back as of May 9th. However, we are still set for trial in July, but CPS wants us to drop the trial before they will close the case. We spoke to you in care of Micah Cadena in February of 2020. Do you have any advice, or what would you think we should do? They're expecting us to drop the trial per mediation because they placed her back in home.
I would create a contract. I would create a contract and I would communicate with them. And I would put them under contract. Yes, I'll drop the case if you do this, this, and this, get this thing over. Don't you ever talk to me again. Don't come within my family. Don't come within 10,000 feet of me. Okay, don't step foot on my property. Don't do this, don't do that, don't do another thing. Think it up, get creative, contract with them and make them sign the damn contract. If they're willing to sign the contract, you'll drop the case. Done deal. Dynamic communication, communicate with them back and forth until you get it resolved. Use this, boom, done. Solve the issue. You're welcome. Do it under contract. You bet she can.
Can a grandmother
Yes.
trademark her grandson?
Yes, she can. It is a little bit harder than the parent himself. A little bit, but it can be done. Same DNA. Same trademark, same contract, same, just keep doing it. I'm telling you, guys, no one gets pissed more than me about kids getting taken from their family. Okay, I personally, I'm not telling you to do this. I personally would never allow it under any circumstances. I would defend my home. I wouldn't open it. I'd make sure they had a trespassing sign, no trespassing sign out there. I'd make sure they were on notice. I'd mail the school, the superintendent, the principal, the teachers, the school nurse. I would have notices everywhere. And if they violated, I'd bury them. You understand that? That's how I feel. That's my reaction. The castle doctrine and my family's more important than them. To me.
Wait, excuse me, Stephen.
I would have left a trail of bodies on my way out with my
Trust me,
child.
I was
You
about to.
understand that, right?
How do I get my boy out of foster care
Okay,
though?
I'm not telling you to do that. Not everyone's capable of that. Do what you feel right in doing. But I'd rather be judged by 12 for leaving a trail of bodies than carried by 6 or having my child taken ever again. I felt that feeling when they took my 6 children from me. I almost put a bullet in my own head.
That I haven't seen my son in 3 months and he's in foster care being abused. And I need to know like what can I do to get my son out of foster?
The situation's already happened. There's a possession thing. Right? If I have my child in my possession, there is no one taking my child from me. Armed or not, I do not care. All right? I'll wipe them out. Doesn't matter to me. And I'm not turning loose my kid to anyone. Now, I will not give my consent, my tacit agreement. I'll tell them to get the hell off my property. I'll do everything I can verbally first. They start getting forceful and my threat level is going to go up. As their threat level goes up, mine's going to go up higher. And I will stay on top. I guarantee I'll stay on top. If I got to shove my thumb in their eye socket until it hits their brain and they drop to the ground, I will do it. Understand that. And I have that right to do it. Understand that. It's lawful. It is legal to take out a police officer who is creating violence against you. It is legal. Now, are you going to go through a court system? Yes, you are. But I'd rather be judged by 12.
What if they have guns pointed at you and they say, if you don't give up the child, we will kill you, and then we'll take the child anyway. So now you have to decide
I'd
between.
say try and kill me. It's my child. I'm going to defend him as a father until I am dead or they are. Give it a try. I'll show you a quick way.
I did that, David.
you
60
did.
federal marshals and SWAT team officers
It's all right.
threatened to kill me.
I know. You can only do so much. And they might threaten to kill you. But I want you to recognize something right now. They look all powerful. They got their guns drawn. They got bullets in those guns, and they're going to threaten. You grab onto that child, you pick him up, and you hold him. And say, it ain't happening today, guys. Turn around and leave, walk out while you have the chance. That sounds really good in this room, right? And it's tough, but I do exactly that. They threaten to kill me, I'd just go, put it right here. But you ain't getting my son or my daughter unless I can't do anything about it, and right now I can't. Okay? You have no legal authority. Now, here's the biggest problem. What private for-profit corporation do you work for? What's your Dun and Bradstreet number? You're a de facto officer under a de facto court, under a de facto governmental services company. You have no de jure authority to even exist. In fact, you work under the United Nations, not under the United States of America. Are you American or not? Maybe you ought to be standing on my side, pointing the guns back at them. Challenge his morals, his ethics, you see what I mean? Do everything you can, but in the meantime, you're holding on to your kid. And you do what you can. Now, hindsight's always 20/20. I recognize that. I'm not saying you didn't do the right thing. You did what you thought was right at the time, and that's okay. But I'm going to try and teach you to be stronger. I'm going to try and teach you to be tougher. I'm going to try and teach you to be the lion and be the king. And it doesn't matter. You don't let them do anything. You don't let them get away with anything. Okay? Damn it. I get so mad. I took an oath several times to protect and defend this nation against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And that's a perfect goddamn example of a domestic terrorist wearing a blue suit with a gun when he has no authority. And that's the issue. See, I've learned the difference. Once you know, you can't unknow. Once you've seen the Dun and Bradstreet number, you see the corporate structure, you called it out, and you've seen the difference, and you've seen that there's two or more of everything, you can't unlearn that shit. And I get really pissed off at those that don't know it, and it's not your fault. And that's something I got to get better at, but that's me. It's not anybody's fault. How many law classes do you have, kindergarten through 12th grade? How much training did you have to stay alive in tactics and anything? Survival of the fittest. This is a bunch of wolves and vamps out there. I've seen the most evil of evil. Okay? The worst of the worst. I've bled.
Right now. David, may I have your thought about them letting pedophiles out within 1 year and placing them back in the homes of the victims under their rehabilitation clause through CPS?
CPS takes children from the best parent first because it's easier when the worst parent screws up the next time. Eventually, they want to get the kid. That's their goal. Go demand they dissolve the son of a bitch. Go hammer on your legislators until they can't stand it. Follow them home. Drive around their house with your horns honking like they did Gavin Newsom in California all night long until he has to call the state police for protection. Okay? Go start bugging the shit out of them. And it's time we, the people, stand up. I'm sick and tired of this shit. Been dealing it with a long time, and it's getting better. I think we've got some solutions on the horizon, but in the meantime, it's got to stop, and it should stop right this minute or yesterday. But there's vamps out there and there's wolves. Here's the problem right here. Vamps, everybody wants the vamps. That's the Epsteins of the world. Okay? Sheep. And then you got the lowly pedos. Now, these are the worst of society down here, and they're easy to get. God, I can take a pretty young girl and dress her up like she's 12 and stick her in a house and put her online and bait a terrible pedophile to come see her. And then I can swoop in and just arrest them and take them out. One or the other. Then you got these guys. These guys are blind. They're innocent, but they're blind. They herd in flocks and they go to the grocery store and they don't do anything else. Sit on the couch and eat bonbons. These are me, boy. I'm the guy that stands between the sheep and the wolves. The wolves are your county commissioners, your politicians, your judges, your police officers, your CPS agents, your attorneys who traffic children. And they do, all of them. Half of my list of child traffickers are in this category right here. And they're the leaders of your society. They're Masons. They're SWAT team leaders. They're wolves. They have legal corporations set up by attorneys, like I'm trying not to say his name, out of New York and Bellevue, Washington. And these guys feed them. They're the wolves that feed these guys right here and these guys right here. They feed them. And this is the rest of us. And the problem is there's not enough of these. Not even close. In fact, it's a lonely world as a sheepdog. Because not many of them have the guts. Not many of them have the guts. We about done with the internet? The Zoom? No, I mean, seriously, you want it done? It's over, it's off? They're down on the priority scale. There's a priority scale. Yeah, there's so many. Trump has Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. It's full. He's got, he designated Guam as Gitmo 2.0. That holds 1 million people. It's filling up fast. So he just designated Tierra del Fuego, right? Gitmo 3.0. It's going to get full. None of those places are holding facilities. I want you to understand that. They're come, go get executed, go be shark food and be done. They're not there to stay in prison. Under the Uniform Code of Military Justice, they will get shot or hung. And they just made it legal to get shot. It was hanging only. Now they get a choice. Okay? Firing squad or not. The problem is that this group is so large. Right here. And there's not many who are prepared, trained, and know how to take care of them. Because guess what? They're smart. They're protected under immunity. They're protected under immunity. They get a slap on the wrist because everybody files a complaint. They're state nationals, or they're smart enough to be in a club that protects them all called the bar. And they're legally, the politicians, they're kidnapping and trafficking kids and families. It ain't just that, the elderly. Major problem in the United States is estate theft of the elderly. Just throw them in an old folks home, run the bill up, get one payment they can't make, take their estate. Attorneys are chewing the lifeblood out of America. You know what 1,000 attorneys at the bottom of the ocean are called? A very good start. That's about it. But see, the problem is there ain't enough sheepdogs. There ain't enough people who are prepared, trained, and leave no trace, in my opinion. That's why I turned the camera off. There's some of these people need put down on their knees in the desert. I'm pretty tired of it. I'm getting old. I'm getting cranky. Don't mess with an old cranky warrior. Okay? And I'm serious. It's that bad. It's got to stop. And the only way it's going to stop, and I'm trying to do my best, is raise you up. I got to raise you up by the thousands. And then we just walk in there and say, in all of our city meetings, all of our county meetings, we go to our county attorneys, we go into our courts, and we just say, enough is enough, we're done. And we go and buy 100. We go and buy 1,000. We go in standing strong. No longer be the prey. You act like prey, you're going to be prey. The predators will attack. The wolves are dangerous. Stop. Grow a pair of lady balls if you have to, because well, I'll tell you what, I love the women in this nation. They stand up more than the men, in my opinion. Well, he married a girl. She married a girl. They took away your testosterone. Okay. I can't help it. I get really mad, guys. I have seen some of the most evil stuff in the world, and it's going on under your all noses. That's the problem. I can go to any city in America and show it to you. Think you live in a safe place? Not after midnight, as the saying goes. Huh? Not much. It's when the vamps come out, the wolves feed, and the pedos. These guys, you know what the problem with these guys are? They're just mentally ill for the most part. That's a mental condition. I have more compassion for this than I have for this right here. Far more compassion for that than this. This, I want to find out when their meetings are and 3 feet of chain of lock and a gallon of gas. Get the fire going. Let's have a barbecue. Every city.
They have their lots everywhere.
Go find your local Mason Hall, walk around, tell me if you can see into the basement. See if you can see into the first 4 windows. Walk around. What are they hiding? I'll tell you what they're hiding. I've seen it. They're satanic worships, all kinds of things under there. They drain the blood of children and drink it. It's a drug. It's 10,000 times more powerful than cocaine. It's a power high. Not only that, it's a financial high. They make money. They make a lot of money. They feed each other. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. I'm a mayor, I'm a commissioner. I'll give you this county contract. Scratch my back, I'll scratch yours, on and on and on. California is a perfect storm. Sheriff is the coroner. Put a $2.5 million house up on the hill, let him move in, and he owes me a favor. I might need somebody dead. Like the mayor of Placerville, whose plane magically crashed right after he told me he'd testify. Like the federal prosecutor and his 1-year bride, who all his neighbors say was very happy, who I decided we were going to use him to prosecute a case. And it happened to be a murder-suicide within a week. You don't think these guys don't protect their own? They know when they're going to turn. And they take their own out. But us, we're too righteous. We're too honest. We don't put people down on their knees and take them out or bring down their plane or shoot them in their own beds. He didn't kill her. It was no murder, suicide. They were newlyweds. They were happy. Everybody around them said, what a perfect couple. He was a federal prosecutor. And I took him a whole bunch of evidence to prosecute for us against local people in his area. Sheriffs, SWAT team leaders, mayors, commissioners, judges were all on that list. You think they were going to let that happen? I had 4 Rubbermaid containers of evidence, dossiers on every one of them, showed how they were all together, showed their corporate structure, showed their trucking, logistic companies, their lodging companies, their offerings companies. I showed it all, their child pornography companies. And they just took out the prosecutor, the only one who was willing to prosecute it in that area. So then I had to turn the evidence over to the military, thanks to President Trump. But that was right before President Trump signed an executive order, put it under military jurisdiction. It was under the DOJ back then. Yeah, we couldn't get nothing done over Clinton and Obama years, or Bush for that matter, or both Bushes for that matter. I started doing this shit under Reagan. And it was fun in the early years. And then we started getting assholes as presidents. And then we got Trump, and boy, what a great day that was. Shit started to happen again. Sorry, guys, I get mad. Mhm. Oh, God, you want me to remember the 5-digit number? I got it in my book. No, actually, I don't even have that book here. I don't remember. I don't care. Look it up on the, under the executive orders. You'll find it. It's from 2017. So, yeah. He's signed quite a few executive orders that have helped us. Quite a few, including the corruption in our courts, judicial system. That helped a lot. No, but sometimes a sheep is just a single mom who's been made to do services for 18 to 24 months until her rights were terminated. See? Now she's about as innocent as you can get. This is hard to talk about, it's hard to take, but it's happening under all of our noses. And we just go to sports events and sit on the couch and watch eat bonbons and watch soap operas. It's time to not stop. Wake people up, stand up, go to your counties, go to your cities, demand they dissolve the corporations, demand they defund the police, dissolve the corporation, and put good law enforcement back in place. And then show them what the law is. You might have to train some. Okay, what is the law? The Bible, our 4 founding documents, and our treaties, and our state and federal constitutions. The first one. That's it. That's the law. Go back to it. Rules, codes, statutes, and ordinances for corporations, for their employees. Don't comply. That's a big one. Don't consent. Don't pay your fucking taxes. They're some of the biggest problems. They're right here. I'm listening to you, hon. I don't know what I did with it here. I have no clue what I did with it. None of that. I even get near my phone and the darn thing starts to ring. Anyway, I had my big trafficking map. Did you guys see it? It was up there. I don't know where it went. I had it last night. It was a flow chart that I used to do the interview over there. I showed them. And it had work my team did a year or so ago. I can't even print off the new one. Here. No, that's all right. Here. It's just a piece of paper. Oh, come on. I really don't even know if it's gonna pull up. Takes forever. There's so much data. How many people in here saw the one I had printed? Nobody? Because I think I only showed it to. Okay. Every one of those little squares, and there's thousands of them. Oops, dang it. Hate it when that happens. It's 13 pages. All those little tiny squares is a wolf or a pedo. No, I can't put this stuff out. This is evidence. This is